I wake up angry and dehydrated.
Yeah, and then it takes 20 minutes and then wake you up. That's fine. And then when the 2 minutes is up, they're like, wake up, and I'm like, no. Stay, really have to go.
TSA will take 3 minutes. The airport to the same way. It's a small regional airport. I'm running late. It's only an hour. I didn't get here in the long person when I TSA. Okay, so I'm TSA 3 minutes literally. Now I'm going.
when I went to one, they don't sell it to a store. Yeah, you just like go through them to get them. Right. Yeah, I went to one of the coffee farms and it was so nice. That coffee was delicious. It's pretty similar. I can't. It's like a little 100% coffee. And you're like, this is delicious. And I'm like, that's trash. But I have that and I have chubby medicated that's because I'm supposed to bring Then I would take out everything from my luggage and swipe every single one check for drugs. And for drugs? Yeah. On food? Weird. I want coffee with not cool. Right. No, they don't. They don't let you. The only thing is like if you're baking foods that you can get it. Maybe you take out your baby food and they have to like go through a special table. It's like those little packets and they're like liquid, but they're not liquid. I thought they were going to go away on Really? I thought they were going to. I didn't even look at it. You know, maybe around 100 mils total. I was way off that. More? I didn't even know. I just know everything has to be under 3 ounces. And it has to be in a plastic bag. Oh, that's true. I brought some 50 mils. Really? Like liquids? It was toner.
So I think some of you got the results back and then mostly really not good structure because we did not really refine the peak list in detail. So don't worry about it. So we have the outputs and then we will use that and then resubmit again.
Yeah, switching it up.
Welcome to the luxury suites. See some pause. Nice having you.
This was a trial.
And you failed miserably.
You don't like mouth sounds or nose sounds?
I don't like any human
Face sounds. Face sounds in general. Includes talking.
It's bites and grills.
Yeah. Oh.
You know. Shouting his name.
Okay.
How are we doing the review today?
Oh, is that you? No, right? Who is?
I thought it was everything from the previous day,
Yeah, let me just check the agenda.
which is like all of our stuff.
Hey, we're dropping an album in 2 months. By the way, you're single. And I'm like,
What was that?
So, Gabriel, who's Gabriel?
Okay, it's you, right?
I'm doing the one after now.
Yeah, review is
The
like 30
reviews.
minutes, but usually it's just
I thought it was the person before.
there is no one. Just ask. It's just getting a general questions, so everybody will answer, and then after that, it's you. It's not usually less like 30 minutes, less than that.
Oh.
It's gonna be.
Okay. Should I say
I've seen Gabriel for review. Yeah, but I have a couple of announcements to make also. So, today at lunch, you can leave your stuff in here because Lee has hired my son to sit in here and watch over it. And it's probably going to be fairly safe because he's a second order black belt in Taekwondo. So it's going to be okay. Anyway, so are there any questions about, well, how many people got results from the calculations last night? Everybody who didn't get results, that's,
Yeah, there are many people who just click the check button instead of submit button in the web server, and then there are also quite a amount of people who just omit their email addresses so they won't get their results back.
it doesn't matter, you don't need them for the next step, but, let's see, what else? Oh, yeah, and today, we, remember at 3 p.m., we're gonna go over and listen to Chad Reedster's seminar. You're all invited to come, you don't have to come if you don't want to, but it's right over next door, go out the doors here, and there's a building just to the back, a newer looking building, right on the first floor is where the place is. So what we will do is that myself and Wang He have some lectures this afternoon starting at 2. And we'll try to make them a little bit shorter so we have a couple minutes to get over there and get into the lecture hall. Let's see, what else? Oh, you don't need to move your stuff there either because Scott will stay here again. Let's see, is there anything else? An hour, you know, it'll be maybe 40 minutes, 50 minutes, something like this. But what we will do after that is we'll come back here at 4 p.m. and then we'll have an overall review of the entire week. So what you can do is, if there are issues, you can ask about it. It doesn't matter what section it is. Hopefully everybody will be here and you know, if you ask about side chains, then Marco will take care of it. Or if you ask about backbones, Shimon or whoever did the particular presentation will be available to answer any questions. Is this on here? Okay, so any questions? Put that over next. Okay. And I won't be here right at noon to say anything, so if I'm not here, you can leave anyways. The other thing I forgot to tell you is Paul McCartney's in town. He's presenting at the Cole Center tonight, so. If anything, you know who Paul McCartney is. What?
I'm sure he is sold out.
I don't know. He probably is.
I know
Very
BTS.
expensive.
You know who he is.
No, I know BTS, no Paul McCartney. I'm young.
Oh.
Oh, so you didn't mention about barbecue dinner tonight.
What? Oh yeah, we do have the barbecue dinner tonight. Don't forget about that. That'll be right after. Well, what we will do is when we come back at 4 o'clock, we'll go to 5:15 about discussion, overall discussion. At 5:15, we will gather for a picture of everybody, and we'll probably be outside and get a picture taken of the group. And then there's a social half hour that after that, and the barbecue dinner starts at 5:30. We will not have a break this afternoon because we figure you're going to come back around 2 and you've just eaten. And just to save you for the barbecue dinner, we're not going to have a break in the middle of the afternoon. And then during the either social hour or the barbecue dinner, we'll take a tour of the NMR facility. You know, we'll get some people together and take you down there. Doesn't have to be one big group, however we want to do it. You ready to go?
Yeah, I think so.
You want to turn away?
Yeah, next year.
Yeah, you got some more time.
So yesterday you guys covered.
You want to hit the button here? No, no.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go. And, up here.
yeah.
Oh, there it is.
So yesterday you guys covered apes, iPine, Reka, Introduction to Constraints with Gabriel, Palos, and Ponderosa-C. So do you guys have any questions on any of those before we get started on the next section? I think since I have some extra time, if nobody has questions, I might just go kind of to the last slide of Ponderosa client, just to tie it in to what we're going to do today. So if you get next to the step where you have to submit to Ponderosa client, you pretty much have all of your assignments done. You have, so hopefully confidently, use a Reka to check everything. And you also have your 3D notes tutorials. So that's kind of the step that you're at. And then in order to submit, you can either pop up Ponderosa client separately, but as you'll see today, you can also use Ponderosa Analyzer, which will analyze the outputs that are spit out from the Ponderosa client, and then make a separate file and then resubmit that. Yesterday, Gabriel just used UCSF files. You can also just use .list files for your nosy peaks. You have peak list. Also, if you have any disulfides in your protein, you can also use that as an input for Ponderosa client. And then essentially you can analyze the inputs, make sure everything's fine, and then submit to the server. And then that's kind of where we left out yesterday. So that opens a separate browser window where you can type in your username and password, which is just going to be guessed in the future if we want to use that. And then you have to upload, you can find the file
I just told
from
There's a picture.
the Ponderosa client folder that you
Yeah.
made, and then upload that and then click submit. So again, this is also going to spit out a bonus, a Reka email that you probably get first, since that doesn't take very long, and then afterwards you should get your emails. As Milo mentioned, you don't really need your inputs from yesterday, since we kind of already provide those on the VM. Does that all make sense? Now we're going to go into Ponderosa Analyzer. So this is really a beast of a program. It has a whole lot of windows, it has a whole lot of features, and this is where you start assessing the constraints that are found based on your nosy data and based on your it also links to Primal as well, so you can actually see where the constraints are in 3D space. So what we're going to be doing, after I go through all the features, I'll try to kind of go slowly and just explain what Ponderosa Analyzer offers. And then after that, we'll start getting into some examples, maybe towards the second hour. And analyze the actual constraints in the spectra, but also in 3D space, and validate whether or not constraints that are chosen are real, or if they're incorrect, and we can disable those. All right, so let's just go to the VM for starters, and I'll try to follow along with the presentation as well, so you guys can follow along with the notes. All right, so after submitting your, I kind of just went over this too, but so you submit your job to the Ponderosa client, and you're going to receive an email that looks like this. So there's really, there's a number of data, but there's two main links. The first one is input for Ponderosa. You can also just take a quick look at the output structure, which is going to be down here. I believe that's just a static image. It'll give you a preview for what your structure actually looks like. All right, so let's just open up Ponderosa Analyzer, which is on your desktop. And then you get this window. So we're just going to be following, well, I'm just going to go through a lot of the features that you're going to be using for Ponderosa Analyzer first, before actually going into the constraints that it spits out. So first, we'll need to open up the file that you would have presumably got from Ponderosa server. So that's going to be on the desktop, and it should be Ponderosa Analyzer.
You should go into it. Yeah.
Oh, so this pretty much just lists all the files that are in the folder. So you can tell there's a lot that goes into it. You can also open PDB files separately just from this folder. For example, there's a final.pdb. So normally there's multiple structures that are calculated based on your data. So the final.pdb is essentially the best. Or no, you could, yeah, so the final.pdb will have your best 20 models in a PDB file, and you can go through those to see what your structure looks like. All right. For now, you just go back one, click on the Ponderosa Analyzer input, and then just open that entire folder. So from here, you should see 5 windows. So this is pretty much the main one, and let me just orient these so you can see.
There was something I was going to mention at one point that might could be useful for you, if you go to the top of one of these windows and turn it blue and then do a right click on it.
Oh, and move it to the next.
Now what you can do is you can keep it on top, can't you? Yeah, always on top.
Always on top.
So if you want a window that doesn't get hidden by other windows, you can do it that way and it'll stay on top the whole time.
Okay. Yeah, you guys can, well, actually, we'll open up some more windows that are probably don't need to be covered by other windows, but yeah, that's a good feature if you want to use that. All right, so you should see 5 windows. So this is essentially the main window where it has a whole lot of active commands. Your file that you just opened is going to be highlighted in blue, and I'll go over into the features in just a second. For the other windows, so there's one sequence window that pretty much just lists all of your protein sequence. So you want to make sure that that's correct. This is also based on the input that you had for the client. You have PIMO commands, and these are essentially just shortcuts for when we open PIMO. This is a handy window if you just forget how to do something. It has all the shortcuts there. These are the package contents. Kind of lists everything out. And then you also have a chemical sequence file for all of your atoms. All right, so to start with some of the features. So the first thing that's kind of handy that you can see is if you click Show NOE bars, it pops up a nice little graphic that plots all the constraints that you have for every residue in your protein. So what you can see is that it kind of splits it up in between short constraints. So this is just residue I, any adjacent one. You have medium ones that shows a constraint that's less than 4 residues, and then you also have the long constraints that are greater than 4 residues. And if you highlight one of them, for example, you can see that it has 27 short ones, 27 short constraints, 1 medium, and 29. So that's pretty, I mean, this is kind of what you want to see for your protein when you actually submit it. So it has a good number of long constraints, and these are really the most important ones that are used for calculating the structure. Since this is one where you really have these distance constraints and it results in folding. What you can also do is uncheck these. You have just your long constraints, and this looks pretty decent. Some of these have up to 40 long constraints just for a single residue, which looks pretty great. If you don't have a whole lot of long constraints, in a few slides I'll show you how to rerun Ponderosa client with some extra inputs, and that'll help boost up your constraint numbers before you start weeding them out to see what that was the constraints window and bar chart. A couple other ones. So Gabriel yesterday spent a good number of time going through Ramachandra plots. So this is just from the main window. If you click Show Rama, it pops up a handy Ramachandra plot where the darker residues or the darker regions are the preferred regions for a specific residue. So there's a couple things you can do with this. If you want, you can click on the Sequence tab, and you can say, hey, for all, what are the tell there's 7 isolates in your protein. If you want, you can go through all the different models, or you can just click all, and this will show all of the residues for all 20 models. You can see they kind of clump together. In addition, what also might be handy in the future is you can go to a specific residue. So if one residue is flagged, it has angle constraint that's violated, you can go to that specific one. For example, F4. You want to just look at the first model, it just pinpoints that one residue, 5 seconds.
Are the models ranked, and is the best model number 1, or this is
Yes.
use of the
Yep, they're ranked 1 to 20.
Okay.
But that being said, there might be some violations that are in Model 1 that aren't in the other ones, and vice versa. So it's always good to kind of go through the top 20 for your constraints and violations, just to make sure, just to see what they look like.
Just out of curiosity, when these structures are ranked, is that ranked based off of like how many violations the structure has?
Yeah, it depends on the sort of potential energy. Yeah, so violation will increase the potential energy. So, yeah, in briefly, it's correct statement that more violation you have, more, energy, higher energy, which is not favorable.
Alright. Okay, so you can either do single residue in one model, or what's probably going to be more useful if there's something that's violated is to show that one residue in all models. So if there's some that are outliers, you can also kind of clip, you can set the limit to the 5 psi angles, and then just base it off of the preferred ones. And we'll go into a little bit more on that. Another useful window is this contact map. So if you click on that, it has a nice visual for residues that are in contact with each other. So this isn't single proton to proton, this is residue to residue. So you can see down the middle, this is pretty much just one residue and the adjacent one. So every protein, even if you don't have interactions, are going to have that strip. Really the interesting stuff is going to be stuff that's farther away. You can also start to see patterns in this as well. So for example, for regions that are perpendicular to this line, that's going to imply interactions that are anti-parallel beta sheets. You have regions that are further away, but parallel to that line, those are going to signify parallel beta sheets. And then if you have regions kind of like this, where they're also parallel to the line but closer, those are going to signify alpha helices. It kind of makes sense if you actually look at residues. It's just plots residue on the x and y axis, and then the ones that are red are going to be highlighted for contacts. So again, if it's alpha helices, obviously they're just contacts that are near each other, so that's why you're essentially going to have these highlighted regions near that strip. So that's kind of one way to read this. So again, all these windows are going to be helpful. You're actually going through the constraints. You don't have to use them for every single constraint, but I just wanted you guys to know some of the features that it has, because these might be helpful to give hints about, like, okay, these regions make contact with these regions, how the 5 psi angles work, and things like that. So you can kind of use all these in tandem, especially if you get stuck, you can go back to something like the NMRFAM or Ponderosa. And it can kind of give you hints for true interactions and ones that you don't, that aren't favored. Oh, and then for this one, you can also do just a single model, or you can do multiple. I mean, you can go through all the models, or you can just click all, and it kind of gives you a mess of the loads. Yeah, so it gives you like starting off, if you overlay all these, the darker regions are probably the ones that you're going to want to support for your N1 data. So another handy window, and you can always just close these and reopen them later if you really need them. So another one of these is show residue analysis. So there's also subgraphs within this window. The first one that pops up is the CFRSDs, and that just plots it again just based on the sequence. So you can see towards the end the values kind of spike up this one. But not only that, you can also do a whole number of things. I'm not going to go through all these individually, but I did want to point out the Talos prediction, which is going to be found here. So this is going to be really useful, especially when you start off. So Gabriel kind of went over the specifics of Talos, and this is Talos that's opened up through the Ponderosa analyzer. And this is another very handy chart. You can go back to it and be like, all right, well, which regions are supposed to be in alpha helices or in the sheets, and does my residue support that if you get stuck on something? So again, the probabilities on the y-axis, the residues are on the x-axis. If you highlight a specific one, it'll tell you the probability of it being a helix or a sheet or a loop of these here. So H-E-L. So this residue right here is almost guaranteed to be a sheet. And it does that for every residue. So you have a sheet, you have a loop, and then sheet, loop, alpha helix, and so forth. This is going to be another. So as I said, the file that you're going to be using is selected blue. It also has its own kind of parameters. There's an overall score that Wami kind of put to it. So the closer it is to 500, the better your score is for your protein. There's also whole probity scores and ranks. So the score is generally below 3. It's pretty suitable. And then it also ranks it its own program. So the higher the rank, the better the structure. There's also a general backbone RMSD. And then another key feature that spits out from the get-go is the number of violations that you have in your structure. So there's one thing to note about this, is that this actually has, it's a more lenient threshold for selecting violations. So you want to get this number down to 0 when you're actually doing your constraints after resubmission. But that being said, you're going to have a lot more violated constraints in your actual list that you want to go through in order to get this number down to 0. So if you're kind of confused as to why these numbers don't align with your actual violations, that's the reason. And if you So for the next part, if you right-click on your actual file, you see another panel of different options that you have for Ponderosa Analyst. So a lot of these are going to be shown as buttons within the main window, but some of these are going to be some additional options. So one thing that I want to point out, we can just do that right now, is manage blacklist, whitelist. So if you click that, it opens up a separate window. And we're not going to go through this based on real data, just because we're going to focus on some other things. But I do want to point this out. So the blacklist and whitelist manager. So here you can essentially promote interactions between two different residues. So So if you see through your contact chart or your talos, things like that, that you start seeing patterns and different secondary structures start to form, you can promote interactions between two specific residues. Or you can demote them. So if you find that, hey, it's starting to pick some different interactions that you know aren't there, so on separate sides of the protein or something, you can click those two, demote them, and if you resubmit Ponderosa client with blacklist and whitelist files, it's going to promote the interaction between the residues that you promoted and then demote the ones that you select as demoted. So after submitting, so yesterday you essentially ran your first Ponderosa client. After you get these results, they might not look quite as good as these ones. This is kind of a pretty good data set as it is. But if you want, if you check out the NOE bars, and you see that there aren't very many long distance constraints, and you kind of want to boost that, instead of starting to go through every single constraint, it might be better to actually blacklist and whitelist residues, and then if you save it, it'll create blacklist and whitelist files, and you can resubmit that using those constraints to kind of get some more long distance ones, again, before starting to move on. So if you just click on a residue, you can promote it, which it'll pop up in white, and then obviously there's two boxes here. It's just the same, it's just residue on the X and Y axis. And if you demote it, then they end up with black squares. And if you highlight them, clearly tell it's residue 11 to residue 4. To clear everything, you can also neutralize. Oh, you have to select it and neutralize. Then you click save. It says saved, and then that should create blacklist and whitelist files. They can use as inputs for the client later on. All right, so that is blacklist whitelist manager. Let's just close that. All right, so let's actually open up the validator windows. So you can either do that by clicking here. It's also in the show validation tools. You right click on your file. So let's open that up. So if you open it, it'll start updating all of your constraints. Alright, so you should see three windows that come up. So the first one is going to be the distance constraint validator. And that's really going to be your main one for validating constraints through your spectra as well as the space through the manual. You're going to have your angle constraint validator, which is going to have all of your by-side constraints, as well as any violated ones. And lastly, you'll have a strictly used constraints. So there's a handy little blurb up top that says, confirm these constraints not to bias the NOE assignments. If you double click on them, just like a random one, it actually pops up and highlights it in the distance constraint validator. So the thing with these is that you kind of want to go through these first before starting to go through your distance constraints. Well, I mean, I guess they are distance constraints, but to go through all the other ones. And that's because these are given priority after submission over all the other ones. So typically these are going to be mostly correct, but you should still go through them and validate them. And the thing with these is after you validate them, you can disable it in the distance constraint validator, but these are kind of special and they don't actually go away as easily as other constraints. So what you're going to want to do is blacklist the incorrect residue contacts for the next run. And then after you're satisfied with this list, then you can start going through the distance constraints, and at the very end, we'll do the angle constraints. That's all I wanted to say. All right. Okay. Do you have a charger for the laptop?
It should be plugged in.
Oh.
Come right out of it.
Yeah. All right. All right, so there's a few things to point out in the, so I don't think I'm going to talk about the strictly used constraints again, just go through those first, make sure they're all correct before going to the constraint validator. For the angle and the distance ones, are going to have some similar options. I'll go through those first. So the first thing is that you can sort these constraints in a number of ways. So it defaults to just sorting them by residue. But you can also click on pull down. You can sort by the number of violations. So if you scroll to the top, you can see that the constraints that are listed here, start from the top one, it's violated all 20 models. You can also do the same thing here. This one, the worst constraints, well, the worst constraint is violated in 5 of the models, the next one's only violated in 1, and those are really the only 2 violated constraints. And really, it's the violated ones that you really want to go through, especially the ones that are violated in the top 20 models. By the end, you shouldn't have any constraints that are violated in all 20. You should either accept that constraint or disable it if it's not. So if you scroll down, you start to see you've got a lot of them that are violated in all 20, and then it starts going into 19, and so forth. And then towards the bottom, it's going to be 0. And then most of them, most of the constraints that are
I mean, this violation is
adjacent
just
to the residues
it's not related to
are going to be
we have
0 violations. Not a whole lot.
Oh no, it depends on your assignment. Right? If you assign separate, then you have different numbers.
Also, if you
If you're using
right
for
click on either of these,
nomenclature, let's say
on any
value,
constraint,
you just
it'll also
put the
pop
same.
up some more features. So you can also add a comment,
Yeah, if you use
whatever you want, and
one
it'll
of them is
appear
correct, then it's correct.
next to that constraint. If you want to flag something or mark something up for
Yeah.
one specific constraint, if you're not sure about it, comment
That's
it,
wrong.
and get back.
That's not correct.
So what they want is you calculate all the distance between
Alright,
all
and then I'll go
possible
through
cases,
some
each
specifics
other,
later on.
and
Just
then
note
do
that
the 1 over R6
it's
sum,
not just all
and
these
that
buttons,
should
you can also have some
be within the
I definitely encourage you guys to just play around.
they have
As
a
I
reference
said too,
publication
there's
that's
a lot that you can do.
implementing.
You haven't realized those.
One card means that any one of them is obviously
Alright,
the
so-
constraint that's correct, right?
I'm gonna go through some of the main features in
That's X-ray people.
And
So
then
the
I think
first
to guy man
kind of
11.
set of these will apply
He
to.
had software with the PDP stat. Roberto, they're doing it.
So first of all,
Was
we have a one-letter code that's designated for each action that you want to do. So you want to enable or disable something, it's listed right next to it. So you don't have to click every time you start getting the hang of it.
Even
Main features that you're going to be using are the enable or disable. So these two, once you start going through the list, start validating it. If you don't think the constraint that's set here is accurate, then you can end up disabling it. Click on press D or click on this, you can tell that that constraint is highlighted in red. So these constraints, after they're disabled, they're not going to appear in the next iteration or instruction. So you should be pretty certain that these aren't correct before disabling. Enable it, then it pretty much just goes back to normal, and these are going to be used uniformly.
if you do in that way, you don't see any line.
So again, if you're not sure about a constraint, you start trying to validate it, and you're kind of on the fence. It's always better to just leave it in there for a few runs. Because if you disable it right away, when it is a real constraint, it's going to be hard to get back. You have to manually go in there. Well, first of all, you have to remember that you disabled it, go to the constraints, and then add that manually. So the default is always to just leave it enabled. Another alright, so another feature is you can set, well, I guess I should just go through columns a little bit first. So if you look at just the first,
the violation from Ponderosa
if you look at just the first constraint, you'll see the residue ID is tied to the atom, the distance between that atom and the other one that set for the constraint. And then you'll see residue ID 2. This is the residue in atom that this one is picked up, and you might have data for. They left it out. So since this has 20 violations, so it's violated in all 20 models, it actually lists all of the 20 models that well, it lists all of the models that's violated for. So if there's just 5, it's going to list the 5 models that it's violated, and in parentheses, it's going to tell you the distance constraint or angle, as you'll see in the other window. That's going to be outside of the range that the distance is set to. So you can see here, the distance here is set to 5.52, and in all of the models, the distance is higher than that. So that's the reason that it was flagged in all 20 models. Yes.
Is there a way to see all of the violated models without like expanding that column?
So if you open it, I'll show you how to open it in PyMol, and then you can actually go through all 20. It's definitely not the most practical way of viewing it, and you probably won't need to actually go through all of them in a list like this. It's a lot easier to just open it in PyMol, and then you'll see in a second it'll show the distance and the actual measurement there, and then you can flip through the models, and then you'll see the actual distance for each model. Does everything make sense? Just feel free to interrupt me, because right now I'm just going through all.
So if it has a distance constraint violation, it's 5.5 or 6, and constraint's 5.2, it's just saying that's farther apart than what we're using to calculate the structure. What is the actual?
Yeah, that's correct. So the distance here
I'm trying to find
is essentially the threshold for that one constraint. So if you have a model that's above that, it's going to be violated, and it's going to pop up as a violated constraint. If it's below that, you're not going to see it anymore. So it's going to just assume that's okay.
That's what I agree with that. If
So
one of them is okay, then
If all it's saying is these two residues or these particular atoms are farther apart than what we accurately measure, that's basically what it's saying.
Yep.
Okay, so I'd be much more concerned about a too short a constraint rather than a too long a constraint, is that right?
So No, well, you want to, the ones that are too long, you want to check those first. There's also a threshold for constraints being too short, but that's almost always taken into account already during structural calculation. So you're not going to have too many that are too short. So it's really going to be the ones that are way too far apart. And then also remember, it's the NOEs, the peaks that you get, it's in general going to be between two atoms that are around 5 angstroms or lower. So this is kind of where the 5 angstrom cutoff is set. So anything above that, you kind of want to take with a grain of salt. But there are cases where it does go above that, and I'll get into a little bit of that. Milo will get into some theory behind that tomorrow.
Yeah, and also actually that distance itself is not a actual absolute number for interproton distances, because it acts like a rubber band. So you can't just consider that rubber band should be a little longer than actual distances, right? So that number will be for a little larger than you expect. And also you have to have in mind that the structure validating right now, I mean the criteria is based on the intermediate structure. So we will start from the largest violated constraint first, because if that violates a small amount, it could be correct in the next run. So just go for the largest violated distance first, and then, I mean, it should be the stepwise manner. Fix a little, run again, fix a little, run again, like that.
You have a question?
Oh, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely don't want to go through all of these right away. You just want to go through part of them, rerun it, and then see if some of those are fixed or not. If you go through all of them and just disable it, again, it's hard to get them back. And some of those might actually be correct constraints. But if you disable them, you don't really know.
So then, I guess just as a general question, how do you start with deciding which ones to disable? Would it just be like one residue at a time then, and do that run again, or is it multiple, or is it something that's like yes?
So you'd have to essentially go through the list one by one, validate it in your spectrum, and then validate it in space to make sure that it fits. And then use any of the tools that I covered to kind of serve as a basis for whether or not the constraint is correct. So you kind of want to do it one by one. We'll go through some examples. All right. So if you determine that a constraint is correct, even though it says that it's violated, you have the right amount of data to support that. Generally, this is kind of towards the end of your runs and your submissions.
So that means that is allowed.
You can click this set to, and you can actually manually set a specific limit for the distance or the angle, and then if you click OK, you can essentially expand this distance, and that one constraint isn't going to be considered a violation. So that's just the set 2. I'm just going over the all right, so number 4, yep. So that pretty much went over violated models. So again, it's going to show a complete model, and then in parentheses, it's going to show the value why it's violated. Another handy feature, which again is going to be kind of towards the end of your process for submissions, is instead of just manually setting your constraints or your cutoff, you can just click set to limit. Maybe don't click on that right now. But what this does is set the cutoff in this column to the maximum violated number in the violated models. So what you're essentially doing is accepting all of the violated models since it sets it to the maximum violated models. So if you look at this PIMO or the spectra and you're like, all right, well this is definitely real peaks, it looks like it's real, even though it's violated, let's just set it to the limit. So next time it's not going to show up as a violated distance constraint or angle. If you look here, you set it, then all the violations change to 0. The maximum, yes, this is the angle one. This pretty much has its own cutoffs, but it changes the cutoff to the maximum violation. The same thing applies to the angle. All right, so there's a couple more features that you need to know about. You can also, don't click on this now, but you can also do everything to the limit with M. I'm actually not sure why you would do that, because that would essentially just accept everything. I would not recommend doing that. You should still just go one single constraint at a time. And again, at the end, you're not going to have 0 violations for every single thing. It's okay to have some models have a few violations, and then other ones have others. Essentially what you're looking at the end, I mean, you have one best model structure. Take a look at them as a whole. So the first one's probably still going to have some violations. Overall, a slightly worse model, but it's good. It might have some different violations. So if you right-click on just any of these, you can also expand or tighten these constraints. These are kind of specialized features. I wouldn't use them right away. But you can essentially expand or tighten all the constraints by 20% or by a certain number of angstroms. And then really one of the more important features is view in space and view in spectrum modes. And I'll go over these step by step on the next few slides. But if you click view in space, this connects Ponderosa Analyzer to PIMO. So it opens your PIMO window. And then from there, you can kind of start going through the constraints. And it's a really handy feature because you can just essentially pop up your constraint that you want to look at in PIMO without actually manually going in there and then looking at the two atoms. It just does it for you. And then view in spectrum, similar, but this opens up NMRFAM-SPARKY. So as you'll see in a little bit, it'll open NMRFAM, and then you'll want to open the project that has your nosy peeps. And then from there, you can kind of do the same thing, where it can auto center the peeps, and you can validate your constraints in your spectrum. And then, of course, periodically, I would suggest save your constraints windows. So you have to save the distance one separately and save your main one separately. And then this will update the files that you'll eventually output for Ponderosa client, and you'll use Ponderosa client to submit it to the server, exactly like how you did yesterday. There's also a couple additional features that I wanted to go through in the distance constraint validator that kind of just apply to it specifically. So if you right click, you click add a new constraint. I think I have one example that kind of uses this in practice. But this is a super handy feature. Again, probably towards the end after you go through the list several times, kind of narrow down a good structure. But if you think that there might be a constraint that's not on your list, you can specifically just view any proton-to-proton interaction that you've assigned in your structure. So even if you're just super curious, if they're on the opposite ends of the protein, you can just be like, hey, let's see if I have a peak for this proton or this proton. And so you can essentially just click anything you want, and the highlighted ones are actually already in the validator. The white ones aren't in there. But if you click on like any one, you can do view in space or view in spectrum. And then for any two protons, you can be like, hey, do I have a peak here? Or is it in pi mode? Does it look good in 3D space? But if you confirm something like this, you can also append it. And if you append it, that'll add that constraint into your validator. That being said, when you append it, it might still pop up violated, so you might still have to go through it and set it to the limit of whatever you want to set it. So this is kind of just a manual way of looking at any proton-to-proton interaction that you want. So I'll just close out of that. The other thing that if you right-click in the validator window, you go to Hydrogen Bond Manager. And this is going to be a useful tool more towards the beginning. So if you start to see patterns in like contact map, and especially using Talos, Talos just gives you the secondary structure for each residue, but if you start to see patterns in the actual sheets, they'll be pretty much listed here. So there's several secondary structure predictions for each residue, and then it'll list whether or not it's a sheet or a term or a helix. And you can essentially set constraints, hydrogen bond constraints, for specific secondary structures. So if you start to see patterns and they're not listed in this list of hydrogen bond constraints, you can actually go here, select create new, and then for whatever secondary structure you want, you do, hey, I'm pretty confident that there's hydrogen bonds that need to be inputted for this secondary structure, starting from residue 4 to residue 5. And then if you do create, those will create those hydrogen bonds in this list. So you should probably, you need to use all this other data in order to support this. So you don't actually have hydrogen bond data, but it's definitely going to help in the beginning if you just have like a noodle or a spaghetti that has no structure. You're going to need to start somewhere. So if you start to see these patterns, you kind of want, you can use blacklist or whitelist, and then you can also set up hydrogen bonds between secondary structures that'll start to fold your proteins into a correct structure. And then from there, you can do the nitty-gritty distance constraints and the angle ones. I just wanted to point that out. And I'll ask if you apply all the changes. I didn't actually do anything. So. Oh, I guess I didn't. But we didn't create anything. So all right, so those are really the main. Oh yeah.
When you're going through and deleting a few, adjusting a few, and then rerunning it.
Yep.
To rerun, are you just literally saving it and then going back to browse, re-inputting it, and then redoing it?
Kind of. So you save it. You have to export. Export for Ponderosa client, and then you have to resubmit, and then wait to get another email.
Okay.
And then that you download and rerun.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, hopefully I made that clear. So every time, whenever we say you need to go through just a chunk of these and rerun, that means literally going through these, saving, and then submitting again to Ponderosa client for a new run. So you're going to be doing a number, like these are going to be reiterated. So you're going to have a number of submissions for this too. All right. So, do we have any questions on features? again, I would still recommend going through these on your own just to see what all the bugs do for you. Your own data, submissions. All right, so how do you actually investigate these constraints? So as I mentioned earlier, what you really want to do is go through the distance constraints first, really get those nailed in. You have no violations that are violated in 20 models. And you want to do all of that before actually touching the angle constraints. And the main reason for that is because a lot of the angle constraints that you have are probably going to be fixed if your list of distance constraints are correct. So by the time you're done, you really shouldn't have too many angle constraints that you have to go through. And then I'll kind of get into how to analyze the angle constraints, but it's a lot more processing, and there's different steps that you have to do. It's not as clear cut since you don't have concrete data for the angles as you do for the distance. I mean, you have your NOE peaks, and that's solid data that you're using to validate all these. For the angle ones, you kind of have to use things like the Ramachandran plot. I'll get to that. So I just wanted to point that out because we're just going to focus on the distance constraints mainly, because this is going to take up the most of your time for actually validating and calculating your structure. So if we go to, all right, so I should say, so we only did, so there's a number of sort types, we only did the number of violations. Another useful one is to sort them, you can also sort them by distance, so if you just want to go through the long range constraints, you can do that as well. So this is just the longest, this is the longest constraint in the sequence. Not necessarily the longest distance between two atoms, but it's residue to residue. And again, the ones above 4 are going to be the main ones that are going to be calculated going back to the structure. If you want to go through just the distance ones, you can do I to J. You can do list by atom, violation distance. And if you just list them, actually, yeah, so another useful one is to list them by the violation distance. So this is going to list all of your constraints based on the highest violation distance from all of your models to your cutoff. So this is actually probably a good place to start. So you want to start narrowing down, you want to start separating the constraints that are incorrect from the ones that are correct. So we start with the ones that have the largest violation distance. That's probably a good place to start and start disabling them if they're incorrect. So this doesn't necessarily, I don't think, correlate with the number of violated models. You just want to keep that in mind, because there's some that maybe that have like 19. It's violated in 19 models, even though it's ranked by violation distance. One thing to note is that you should probably still just go through the constraints that are violated in the top 20. So even the ones that are violated in 19, some of those might be fixed in future iterations. So even though you list them by violation distance, you should still probably go through the constraints that are violated in all 20. And even to start off with, all of these are going to be violated in all 20 models. All right, so if you do anything like that, you should you guys all have tyrosine 59 as the first constraint. All right, so we're going to get into how to actually validate these. So the first thing I'll go through is how to validate these in space. So what you're going to want to do is click View in Space, and then I'll give you a handy reminder where from here on out, instead of clicking View in Space for every single violation, you can just type @p in PyMol and it'll update your window. So for now, just click OK. Hopefully, PyMol pops up. And this is your PyMol file. And then one thing to note is that this isn't just one single structure. If you look down here, you can see that it's state 1 out of 20. So this is your first model of your structure. Once you start validating certain constraints, it's nice to just click through them and see how bad it really is. See the different models like that. You can also click play with them. Alright, go to the start or the very last model. Alright, so this just opens up the window. If you want to actually look at the specific constraint that you have selected, you want to type @p in that line, click enter, execute, and this is showing your constraint that you selected. So this is going from the proton 1 to proton 2. And what you can tell is that it also gives you the specific distance between those residues. So you can tell, you can see here, since we haven't distinguished separate protons in this methyl group, it just counts this, like each one of these protons is a potential constraint that links up to the NH here. So one thing to keep in mind is that even though it's violated in 1 or 2 of these, even if it's okay in one of these, it's better to keep that constraint versus to disable it. And this is one of the reasons why you might have a violated, a constraint that's violated in all 20 models, because it doesn't take into account scenarios where the shortest distance between the 2 protons are actually within the limits. But we'll get into some more examples and hopefully it'll make a little more sense there. But what we can tell is if you just go to the next constraint, or any other one really, all you have to do is go back to the PyMol window, type @p, and it'll update it with a new constraint. Also, you can just click the up arrow, and then it'll autofill the @p. You can just update it like that as well. Does that make sense? Any questions so far? Alright, so obviously the other thing that we have to do is validate all of these using your spectra. And you should really use the spectra for every single one of these, because that's essentially where your data is coming from. It's not through PyMol, it's not in space. Really, the data that you're using and the way that this is created is mainly based on your NOE peaks. So that's the main solid evidence that you want to see for pretty much all of these. If you don't see it there, even though if it looks good in PyMol, just take that with a grain of salt because we literally have no data to support that. So just keep that in mind. It's always better to validate the spectrum, but for each one, we still recommend to do both. All right, so how do you actually do that? So if you click View in Spectrum, again, there's another pop-up, and it says type up in NMRFAM-SPARKY, and that's essentially to connect it to the distance constraint validator. So click OK. And I should say, there is a way to actually connect Sparky separately to the Ponderosa analyzer window, but I would just avoid that if you just click View in Spectrum, it'll automatically link the two together. So if you just open Sparky in a separate window, it's going to be a lot more difficult to actually connect these two and start validating them. Okay. So this pretty much just opens Sparky. It hasn't actually loaded anything yet. So what you want to do is open your project. So you file open the project. This is actually still under Reka. If we go up a few windows, desktop, Sparky assignment projects, and then Sparky Nosy project. So already the desktop, Sparky assignment project, and then in there should be a folder titled Sparky Nosy project. And then that should have a product, our project folder. If you click on that, you open it. Kind of avoided using the change directory. Did everybody get this open? Okay. So this will open pretty much everything, I think. Again, if you click on the windows, you'll see what's open. It's literally just your HSQC, your two HSQCs, and then also your two nodes of spectrum. So by the end, this is kind of what you want. I mean, all of your assignments and all of your data for that, they're all going to be conglomerated into the 2D HSQCs. So all of your data should be in there in terms of assignments. And then for actually validating all of your peaks and your constraints, you're going to be using Nosy spectrum. And those are going to show you. You can mess around with these too. But really, what you want to do, you don't actually have to go into the spectrum and look at all of these. What you want to do is in the main NMRFAM-SPARKY window, type up, and this will open up the Connect Ponderosa Analyzer window. And you don't, so this is the reason that I wanted you to open up Sparky through Analyzer, is because it already sets the correct directory that's linked to Ponderosa Analyzer. If you just open this up separately and click up, you'd have to do this manually. All right, one thing that you do have to do, all right, so you have this window. This is going to be your main window for updating and then validating your constraints. And actually, you already used this window yesterday with Gabriel towards the end. But that was through confirming some of the peaks in Ponderosa climate. So it's essentially the same process that we did yesterday. You do have to specify the different spectra, because it doesn't quite know that. So for the N15 Nosy, this is already correct. Nosy and HSQC. The aliphatic one kind of defaults to all of them being the same. So you need to select, oops, not CHSQC. You need Nosy CHSQC. You have the aromatic one. Remember from yesterday, these are your main three Nosy spectra. You don't have that as practice today, but you'd have a separate window for that, and you'd have to specify that as well. All right, so you have your window connected here. You have your constraint selected. Really doesn't matter for now. You select any constraint. If you click update, this will show you the predicted peak for the constraint that you selected. So this is residue, well, I guess in general, this is residue I to J. So this is pretty much what's listed in the validator window. So this is residue this to this. So it's saying, hey, in the strip for this one, do you see a peak for this atom? But as you can imagine, you can also say, hey, for this strip, do you see a peak for this atom? And what's really handy is that we have a nice plugin. So if you update, again, it's just residue I to J. You double click, shows you where the peak is supposed to be. Zoom in. Doesn't look like anything now, but there's a few ways to kind of validate this. For now, what you need to know is that if you double click, this gives you I to J peak. If you click update, this updates the other strip with the second with the second atom. So this is update J to I. That's kind of what that means. This is representative of the residues. So again, this is going to give you a separate peak. If you double click that. So I should mention the peaks that are a little bit off center from an actual peak maximum, you're going to get this pop up. So it says center position is a little off from the original position, so you're going to see 2 peaks. Click OK. This pretty much gives you the J to I peak. So it should be pretty quick to click on a constraint, and even if you go to the next one, go to the next constraint, you can just update, click on that peak, that actually looks pretty good, and then update it and see if there's a peak in here. So I should note that even though you don't see a peak in one of these, you should definitely at least see a peak in one out of the 2 I to J's or J to I's. Then you have support for an interaction. You have a peak in the nosy. That's either the atom 2 that's in the strip for the first one, or you'll have the atom 1 that's in the strip for the second one. So does that make sense? So feel free to ask any questions, because all of this data that I'm kind of just laying out here, we're going to be using it in multiple examples. So if something's kind of confusing now, just ask me questions. All right. Yeah, just cover all this. And again, if you want to go through each constraint, you don't have to reopen IMO or NMRFAM-SPARKY. All you have to do is go back to this window, click update, or update J minus I, or J to I, I should say, J minus I. Or in IMO, wherever that is, it might also be nice to move this to a separate window. If you right click, you can do move workspace right. So that way you don't lose it. And then you can also maximize this. I guess you have to also move the command window. But that should also give you a little bit more space, since you have already so many windows for the analyzer, and then you also open up Sparky, and you have a whole bunch of windows for that too. But for the Sparky, again, you just update that, click on the constraint, validate that. In IMO, you click FP, or just use the up arrow, and then that'll update your viewer window with a new constraint that you're validating. Next break is at 10:30. Correct?
Yeah, I think so, just so.
Okay. Would you guys want to take an early break before I get to the examples and then come back and then we'll start sifting through them? Or should we just get started now? It's up to you guys.
It's a good stopping point.
Okay, I thought so too. So let's take an early break and then maybe get back here at 1050-ish, 55-ish, and then we'll start going through.
Okay.
We'll start going through the examples.
Yeah, it's gonna stay there since you didn't say yes or no. Yeah. Yeah. Which is good to know because like, if it's rich, you know, yes, I really.
It's based on each number. Yeah. So that means it's in the pronosis maybe, but it's not really a ideal position. Because this one is based on the
They're actually different.
table. It's simulated position. The actual position in the data is a little long.
Actually,
So you
what
have
you're
to
doing at the end is just use those distances. And you're not going to use black or white.
Yeah.
Actually,
So it's
I get it.
really mostly just use towards the
Okay, to
You're
confirm.
actually trying to get constraints.
Oh, I see those.
If you open the constraints window, you might not have a whole lot of.
Oh, yeah, mine's one
Really, we want to be.
Yeah, I
think I
always
have it too.
So the blacklist, whitelist is residue to residue, it's not proton. So if you see data, contact map, secondary structure analysis, and things like that, you'd be like, hey, I think these should be closer together, and promote these residues for your next one, and deciding and choosing the next one. And then after you have a good number,
I don't think we have really.
that was good stuff.
And he just said,
Wow.
Yeah, well.
So the black and white list is something.
Yeah, like we were saying.
It's
Yeah.
residue specific.
That's
They want to follow it.
Okay, we're gonna have a big
And then from that, after spinning it, that will all those two slowly add some.
Yeah, but then, right, I just wanted to.
Those two residues add.
But if you have.
So like this one is green, that one.
Yes, you should. So it'll, so the blacklist one is saved for each. So you can always add, and be like,
You don't need to, if you disable it when it's gone.
and then save a separate one. And then use that as.
Disable's not forever.
And then the idea, and then after that, if you're like, all right, yeah. And then after that,
Putting it on
you're
the
like,
list
okay,
of
well, this looks good, we're blind distance ones. Let's start going through every add. And then that's really gonna be.
And that's gonna be.
This is for the next year.
So if you blacklist, does it stay on that list forever, you're just saying don't use it, and then disable it's gone forever, and you're gonna have to like go back.
So the concept is a little bit different.
Oh, yeah.
So blacklist is kind of blocking two residues
Oh, yeah, exactly.
during nosy analysis.
Well, I mean,
So like if you are doing automated nosy assignments, kind of biased. I mean, because you have multiple choices for the
Luckily, I-
assignment. So let's say you want to block this, and then other choices will have a higher chance, right?
But,
So
yeah,
you just balance the weight between the potential context. So disabling constraints is like for the next round we will do constraint only calculations. So you're using the definite
Yeah,
set
that's
of
kind of
constraints, not analyzing those. So when you're doing that, you just completely
like
ignore that
you have
constraint
to use
from
an
your
integration
calculation.
for versus you don't have, you have follows.
So like the blacklist, you put it down to the bottom of
Yeah, you
the
don't have
like
like.
possibilities.
Yeah, I mean,
Plus, we're looking at
usually
angles, assign
you will have like
proteins.
10 or more potential possibilities, and then for like residues that you wanna just plug it entirely,
So
you can
everything
at
is
least
based
more
on-
efficient than disable one by one. So you just like this and then rerun automated those assignments, then you get a better result. It should be early stage, then later on when you're doing content on the
Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, so everything from here on out, you can just use it.
elimination.
So that's super nice. Oh, sorry.
And then when you look at the spec
What's that?
and there's not a peak on
Oh.
either, then
Yeah, so is
you disable that one?
Well, yeah, because you don't have any backup information.
Okay.
Because you did not really play with the control levels, maybe if you lower it, then
Oh,
it's
yeah.
very weak.
Okay.
I got way too much. I haven't like.
See where it is changing the contour levels,
That's
not
like-
by like
that's
manually
probably,
with the numbers,
that was
but like
awesome.
there was like a scrolling.
Oh yeah, it's your semicolon and your
It will take some time.
or
Yeah,
single-
from like, what, yeah, this is new thing like on Pro Tools,
single quote,
right?
so the two buttons
This is literally
next to
like,
L, it's your
assuming you
up and
have
down.
good data.
That looks like it's just like flat off.
Oh. Well, maybe you can pass it on.
Fortunately, the protein expression, it's,
Oh, is that already
we don't,
set?
we, I think 2 weeks ago, we used
Whoa. That's great.
Yeah.
No, semi,
So, it's like.
so, this one's like making more
Really?
contours, and
That is
then the
nuts.
semicolons.
I have not heard that.
Oh.
Jack Lowe.
Like, we forced, we soaked them, so you.
Oh, you soaked.
So. Put a little drop, like that's actually.
I only pick up the
Oh.
small stuff, so I can have very little.
That is
You get like 2 weeks, not a good.
I had never heard of this.
Not a
I
good.
love
like, 2
marshmallows.
weeks of this.
It's not like fluffy marshmallows, obviously, because they're not baked, but
Oh, okay. So it's not ideal.
It's not great, yeah.
I put
You get-
marshmallows in my
like,
brownies.
HSQC comes with these.
they're not like chewy marshmallows, but they like melt and they're like gooey.
I like chocolate chip cookie dough in my brownies. It makes me slick.
Oh, man. Did you have, did you?
And you
did
also
like
add
a
some
fire
Oreos if you
extract?
wanted to.
No, so it's.
No, I make brownies all the time, and I make them with walnuts, marshmallows, and chocolate chips.
And you really like walnuts.
Oh.
I don't really like.
More than what you can run down.
It's the waxy feel of my teeth. It's-
Oh.
Something you're so much into much weight that you can structure afterwards. But
Last night when I went to dinner, my mom and my stepdad were like, let's share some sushi. I'm like, okay. And they're like, let's get shrimp this and shrimp that and shrimp this. And I'm like,
yeah, I feel like.
Yeah, I
I feel like
mean-
I'm getting.
Oh my God, I hate
Just don't want to.
Fried shrimp?
So
all
the
shrimp.
intro
I'd
movie,
like
no.
to think that I would like it, but sometimes I try it and I'm
It's
like,
a way to
still don't like it.
structure analysis without having
Yeah,
residues.
and it's like so annoying because it looks delicious,
Especially
sounds
when
delicious,
we
smells
can
delicious,
assign
but then I
these
eat it
so
and like,
correlate to all the outputs.
still don't like it.
There's so many apps, they all have.
I always try them, just in case I change
And
my
from
mind.
3D spectrum, I can get down to like 3 rows to the side.
Generally I'm not.
Like this little block here corresponds to all the.
This time someone's definitely
G.
like, he will not eat
Sure, very
something, he doesn't think it looks good.
But I don't know exactly which.
It might not look good, but it probably tastes good.
If it looks like vomit,
Knowing triple resonance.
weird little mushy bits stuff.
Like anything with mushrooms, my sister's like, why do you guys put mushrooms? Like,
Mushrooms are great.
it's just cake with mushrooms. If you don't want mushrooms, take them off.
Pretty sure you
It's
can.
like, you always stuff mushrooms in
know, like, so there's
mushrooms are
long.
good. You're a whiny baby. If you don't want mushrooms, buy your own
Like
food.
5 or 6 out.
That's
They
it.
were,
You're freaking 24
we
or
know
whatever.
sauce is.
Yeah.
So you can buy your own food now.
And the fact that he
Oh,
does it.
Mostly.
so you do know.
So when I
Well, he
don't-
does, but he
But in the.
complains about being poor and not having food. So I'm like, you can have some of ours if you want. I made a big dinner. I mean, he doesn't live in Cork, he lives in Minnesota still, but
It was a wish art
That's
table
nice.
that has a lot of.
Yeah.
science fiction.
I give him some,
Oh.
But that's like a standard game that has chip values.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
For Helix versus cheap.
Yes.
All of our values of those we get from.
Oh, they correlate. Okay.
Random point. Like they're almost.
But you need to structure the sheet.
Exactly.
That's
So
what you.
somewhere along the line, so my.
Oh,
where,
it's to test.
Where does it start to fall now? What conditions? Because the point is to how does it make? That's the question. How does it go from the?
Oh, we trying to do the structure and that might take.
Slight changes. Slight changes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, definitely ask one game. I think you might be able to do.
It's a very unique
artificial
system.
assign.
I have a nice collaboration with another group that was like where they have a GD one view. And that's way more doable than this. Like this, that's what I'm gonna use.
Oh, oh.
Like they made GD one view. So
Okay.
it's a wrong.
Okay.
That's
That's what
what
it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, also using a PDB file as input for Ponderosa.
But even if it's not the same sequence, like they've done
Yeah,
what we did.
even if it's not the same sequence. Actually, what's interesting is, well, and also use, like if you already know that your function's folded, pretty confident way, you can use the PDB file from the previous round of Ponderosa, and it helps.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, definitely want to eat them.
Yeah. So this is the worst of the worst. There are some teams that are a little more behaved than this. We have one
I think it has to be live. It's be like an object, well, I guess that's. I said postpone 4 hours 3 times. Yeah, luckily I was just going yeah. Like, it's gonna be rough. Hopefully it makes sense.
literally nothing. Really said there's a lot of windows right now. She's got it here, so I thought she was here.
In the distance constraint, the distance column, is that the distance that is expected, or what is this?
So the from enemy calibration, so the application to intensity.
Intensity.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is expected, and these are all actual from the model. How tight is that calibration? Is that accepted, like plus or minus 1?
Well, we purely say calibration. And I mean, if you have overlap peaks, you have higher chance of winning. So there is a lot of room to.
Okay. So grain of salt.
Yeah.
Alright, I think everybody's back. Okay. When nobody's closed anything, we should have analyzer open. We have the distance constraint validator window. We also have Sparky open. The main screen you'll need is the Connect Ponderosa analyzer. This will really tie into your spectra, and then you can go straight from here to the selected peaks that relate to the constraint. And then you moved over your eyeball in the new window, it should be open there. Or wherever it is.
What?
Alright.
No, it's not. Yeah, turn the.
So one thing to note is that if you sort by just violation number, there's going to be a lot that are going to have the same value for that. So if you have sorted by something else, sort by violation number, you could have some different lists. So I think in order to get us on the same page, so I can follow these examples, I think if you sort by residue ID first, and then sort by violation number, you should have the top constraint, I3HG2 to E64H. Does everybody have that? Okay. So that's going to be the first one that we're starting. Oh, so if you sort, so the first one should be isoleucine 3, HG2, E64H. Alright. So if we start with the very top one, let's just start with validating that first constraint. So again, what you want to do is check that you have peaks in the spectra. We go to the Connect Ponderosa Analyzer window, click Update, and then double click on peak. As you can tell also, there's no nitrogen one, it's only going to show up in the C13 spectrum, or the C13.
For my I3, I have only 11 violations, and it also says HG12.
Did you try sorting by residue ID first? Try sorting by residue ID first, and then sort by number of violations.
Okay, yeah.
That work?
Yep.
Okay. It's just that if you just sort by violations, it kind of uses a previous ranking for that, since there's a whole category that have 20 labels. So this should be sorted by essentially residue ID and then violation. Alright. So you click on this, you only have to single click. I think if you double click, it adds a comment. Alright, so you have your Connect Ponderosa Analyzer window, click Update. What is it? I guess it changed. You guys have E64, it's great. Alright, so we have that one, click Update, double click, and it should lead to.
Are you selecting correct spectrum?
Oh, wait, I think I forgot to do that. I need to reopen this. There we go. Alright, so you double click, and then it says it's going to be a little bit off. And it should select the exact ppm for this interaction. So what you can see is that the pop-up window is telling you that it's not actually on a peak, it's just off a little bit. Sometimes it's okay, and other times there's just no peak, and this is actually a completely different constraint. So there's a couple of things that we can do to validate if this is an actual peak or not. So one thing is using the contour levels. So we type lowercase v c, capital C. You should get the sidebar from here. From here you can start clicking and seeing if there actually is a second peak there. Once you start to realize quickly, it gets to noise really fast. It doesn't actually look like there's a peak there. Another thing to do is to actually look at the 2D slices across the nitrogen dimension. So you can do that using the comma period here. And then you can actually go through the different slices to see if there's a peak that's just not in the plane that we expected. But in that case, we don't have to see a peak either. Another thing that you can do, so I'm just trying to give you some options of identifying whether or not you can validate this constraint in your spectrum. Another handy thing is if you type lowercase v, capital S, Sparky, you end up getting a 1D slice for each of the hydrogen dimensions. So this actually gets really handy if you have peaks that are very close together. And it's very nice for identifying shoulders and peaks that aren't very clear in the actual 2D spectrum. I mean, as you can tell here, if I just put my cursor on that peak, it's very clear that there's just a single peak, both hydrogen dimensions. If I move over, there's literally nothing in see if maybe there is an actual peak, even though you don't see one at first. All right, and then again, the other thing that you can do is validate, since there's not a peak from residue I to J, you kind of do the opposite and see if in the J strip you see the I peak. So again, you do that by going back to the Ponderosa Analyzer window, click Update J to I, and then double click on that. And then this, if you zoom in, is a very clear and distinct peak that you have for this one constraint. All right. So in terms of the spectra, one of these two definitely has a peak. So it is supported by the data. Let's check if yeah. All right. So again, for everyone, it's kind of nice. You definitely want to check the spectra for every peak, and then you should probably check the distance in everyone, but that's not nearly as important. For this case, let's just check it in the spectrum as well. So since PyMol is already connected to the analyzer window, you already have your peak selected. All you have to do is go to PyMol, type FP, and then if you zoom in, you can see two atoms that you're looking at for this one constraint. So what you'll notice is that this is a methyl group to one amide proton. So you're going to have three distances here. So we can distinguish those. So what you should probably do, especially for methyl, since you have three values, and it doesn't just include the shortest distance in determining the violation, you want to make sure, well, you want to see if there's one distance that's actually within the cutoff. So if that's the case, then it is feasible that it's a good distance and it's not actually violated, even though the other two protons in the methyl group seem to be violated. So what you can tell is that one of them is actually 4.92. You go back, I guess it's still violated. But what you see in the violated models, I believe, is actually the highest value. Oh, I guess it's just the average value of the three distances. And actually, this is a pretty low cutoff for a constraint, especially for seeing it in the nosy, which has approximately 5 angstrom limit. One thing to also check, again, if you go down here, in PyMol, we're only looking at one of the states. If you keep flipping through, you can see the distances for all of them. And you can see pretty much all of them are around the 5 angstrom mark. So this is definitely a constraint that you should probably keep. Yes, if you right click and then move your mouse. The first, and again, this is, so essentially Ponderosa and the structure calculation, so it pretty much did the best it could to give you a constraint list. So this is essentially the point where you have to come in and see if all of these are accurate. So the problem is that, well, it's not a problem, but one thing is that there's not as much of a clear cut yes or no. There's a lot of intuition involved, and you really have to take multiple data sets, such as the structure, or such as the PyMol structure, validated in space and the spectrum, and then use all the data that you have to say, hey, this is a real constraint or not. Unfortunately, it's not like the assignments where it's like, all right, here's step 1, 2, 3. This is like, all right, what data do I have? Let's look at it as a whole, and then let's keep or disable a constraint. So if you want to keep it, again, you just leave it enabled. If you don't, then you can disable it. But then another caveat is that if you disable it, it doesn't appear in the next run. So initially, you don't want to disable something unless you like clearly don't have any data for it in the nosy and it looks pretty bad in the PIMO. You're not going to be able to get it back very easily. Okay. So we'll just keep that one. And then also, I guess I can just mention that here. So if you're kind of later on, if you're in the later stages of the submission and this violation keeps popping up, and it's still outside of the range of the distance, that's the point where you can hit set to limit. And if you click that, pretty much sets the distance to the highest violated value. So you've essentially accepted the constraint. It's not going to show up as a violation later on. So you just leave that as is. You don't really want to do that right away. Again, you should probably disable the constraints that you know are wrong first, because then the other ones might have a better chance of folding into the correct structure. All right, so we validated that one in structure and space. So that's really the overall arching theme for going through all of these constraints. So if you guys are doing this on your own, really just follow those main 2 rules. I'm going to go through a few other special cases that you might encounter. But again, what I've taught you and gone through so far, that's going to be the main data that you're going to be working with. All right, so if we go to the next constraint, this is going to be I3HD2 or I3HD1 to L56HD1. So again, you click on it, go back to your Connect Ponderosa Analyzer window. You don't have to do anything else except click Update, and this will give you the new peak for that constraint for the I to J. Double click on that, you look there, actually looks like a pretty solid peak. Again, I have the 1D slices set up too. So this is probably a better example for actually analyzing these. If you zoom in, you can see that there's a peak in both of the hydrogen dimensions. And then there's a peak at all the other ones. So essentially it's a slice. The y-axis slice, I mean you can move down in that direction, but the y-axis of 1D strip is going to stay the same. So you can check out all of these peaks and see if they match up with another peak on the other dimension. That makes sense. And you can also go and use the comma in the period to kind of look like, okay, yeah, that's up to the center of the peak, which looks pretty good. You can also update J to I peak, double click, and you'll see it's a little bit off center. Go back here, yeah, it's kind of a lot off center. Use the slices. Use the 1D slices, which don't really give you a lot of data. I guess maybe there's a low shoulder there in the X direction, but that's probably just off of this peak. You can also go up and down. Really doesn't do anything. But that's not that big of a deal. We already saw a peak in I to J. I mean, what's really neat is when you see a peak in both strips, then you're like, okay, this is pretty good data to support the constraint. All right, and then if we go back to PIMO, validated in space, and you don't have to open it up again. Just click FP, enter. Now this is going to get interesting. What you have is 2 methyl groups. So you're going what you can see is that some of them are relatively high, they get up to 6, while others it's possible to be down below 4.58. Go to the first one, you even get one constraint is 3.44. And if you flip through them, it's going to be kind of a spread. As long as on the low end, it looks pretty good. Probably shouldn't disable it, because it doesn't take, it takes all of them into account. So this one also looks good. You're right, again, if you're later on in the game and this keeps popping up, since you don't disable it, then you can pretty much set to limit to accept the constraint. Set to limit. All right, so there's one thing that I'll just point out in this example, and this is going back to, this is adding a manual constraint between 2 protons. So this is like when you're really stuck and you don't know, and if there is a peak, but it looks pretty terrible in final, that peak might actually be a peak from some other constraint. So I'm going to quickly go over how to look at different constraints and add one manually. So this is using, I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to use any example. Oh, see, all right, so also if you enable it, it's not going to have 20 violations anymore, it's going to be 0. So if you reorganize it, that is not going to pop up at the top of the list anymore. If you disable it, it at least tells you that it's red, so you can at least identify those even though it's not in the correct order. But the other ones, if you want to go back to it and revalidate it, you pretty much have to remember which one that you just went through.
So if you enable it,
If you enable it, yeah, so if you disable it and then you're going through and you realize that, oh, maybe this one actually was right, you can just re-enable it. And then this one can still pop up in future submissions.
right, if you enable it, it still keeps the number of violations, or if it sets it to 0?
Enable it essentially just means not disabled.
Oh, okay.
So it keeps everything the same. Enabling it just, I guess, I mean, you'd use it if
So
you
they're all
have
enabled by default.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if you're unsure of one, just leave it enabled and don't touch it. So let's say that there was a peak here, and after going through all the steps, so you kind of go through the slices. There's, well, you validate that it's a real peak, etc. What you can do is you can see if that one peak actually matches to a different constraint. So the nice thing is that through the structural calculation, the program already kind of does it for you. So this is kind of like a really last resort thing of you going back and manually checking other atoms that it might be in contact with. But the way to do that, you're not really going to add anything, so you can just use any peak. If you click one and you use AT, which you guys have used before for assignments, it'll actually pop up the heavy atom and the 2 proton dimensions for the peak that you've selected. So ideally, you'd want to check all 3, but the heavy atom and then this proton dimension is pretty much going to
be at the correct ppm. So what you can do is go to middle proton dimension, and you can check other peaks that have the same ppm at this specific point. So you kind of go through them, be like, okay, well, maybe instead of the constraint that I was looking at, instead this is actually a constraint from that first residue to some other one. And in order to check that, you can go back to the validator window. You can right click, and you can add new constraint. So this is the window that popped up a little earlier. And so then from here, you can select your proton 1, which I guess in this case is just going to be 4H. And then any proton that you want to double check to see, oh, maybe this is actually the peak for the other one. So let's try like L56. L56, HG2, HG2. So now that you have those two highlighted, this essentially acts as a manual constraint, as an input. So again, you can just go back to here, click update, and it's going to update you with the proton 1 and 2 constraint. So you don't have to do anything else. You don't even have to put it in your distance constraints list. You literally just select proton 1, select proton 2, and just see if there's anything there. You click update, you click on there. Oh, wait, no, actually. If you click update J to I, pretty much all now. And then if you also validate this in PyMol, because this one should really have both. If you're adding manual constraints, you really need to make sure that there's something there. Then you can essentially click append, and then from there, it'll add a constraint to the validator list. So again, I don't want to dwell on this part too much, because you really won't have to do this all too often. This is like if you're really stuck and there's a constraint that keeps popping up, and you don't think that it's the right constraint, but there's like a strong peak there, for example, then you can click on the peak and see if there's some other one that it fits, instead of disabling it. If you disable it, you're essentially just like throwing away that date of the peak that's there. It's not going to pop up anymore. But if you're like, all right, well, it's a strong one, maybe I can just see if there's another atom that's showing up as. Does that kind of make sense? If it ever gets to that point, you can always come back to this slide and just kind of lays everything out. Yes.
So I just wanted to ask, how does this relate to the blacklist and whitelist?
So the blacklist and whitelist is a little bit separate. Towards the, so you're going to blacklist and whitelist towards the beginning if you want to gather more long distance constraints. So it kind of acts as an additional input for Ponderosa client. And the blacklist and whitelist is just residue to residue contacts. So let's say you just started your structure validation, like we did yesterday, right after you submit. And you kind of don't have a very well-defined structure, but you look at it in PyMol, you look at the Talos, you look at the contact, and you start to notice the patterns. So what you want to do is enforce those patterns. So, I mean, you can also go through some of the constraints to make sure that, hey, there are actually long distance constraints here. And so what you can do is blacklist and whitelist residues to promote or to demote certain residue interactions, not proton interactions. So what you can do is the first few runs is just redo, resubmit through Ponderosa client, but also use the distant blacklist, whitelist as input constraint files. And then afterwards, after you're like, all right, I have a good list going, I have a lot of long distance constraints, then you can start going through every single, well, not every, well, I guess the most violated distance constraints. Go through those, and then afterwards, you don't have to use whitelist and blacklist as inputs because it doesn't really matter. You're just going to be using the constraints from the distance and then the angle constraints. use strictly for that. It's really just like a first step, whereas this is kind of later. Does that make sense? Yeah. Alright. Alright, so we can close out of this. I just wanted to let you know this. It's actually, I mean, it's really neat. If you literally just wanted to look at any interaction and see if you have data, you can do that. But obviously, just stick with the constraints validator list first. Alright. So for the third example, let's go to, let's sort by the violation distance. So these residues are going to have the highest violation distance. And generally, they're going to be violated in all 20, at least at the top. But again, even here, as I mentioned before, there's one with 19 violations. It's still better to just go through the ones that are violated in all 20 first, even though it's listed this way. It's even the 19. It's, I mean, it could be still better than having it violated in all 20. All right, so let's just go into the top one. Tyrosine 59H to isoleucine 61H2. All right, so let's just jump to the PIMO for that one. And you can see this kind of looks pretty rough. So these distances are around 10, which is pretty improbable under a lot of circumstances. Now, this could just be one structure, so if you flip through them, they're actually all pretty terrible. I mean, this is extremely high. So there is, so I mentioned that really the distances that you have and the NOE peaks that you get are going to be between, that are going to be less than 5 angstroms. So I think Milo, tomorrow you're going to talk about spin diffusion as well.
Today.
Today, yeah, today, that's right. So this can kind of, so in a very basic sense, if there's a proton in between the two protons that you're measuring, you could have spin diffusion and actually still get a peak even though it's above 5 angstroms. So if you see something that's maybe 6 or 7, don't just disable it if you think that it's above 5. There's still instances where you can get solid data for strengths that are above that region. Just wanted to let you know that. I mean, once you get to like 10, that's a little extreme. I don't think I've ever seen one that's quite that high. So assuming, well, all right, well, let's just check the spectra while we're at it, just for the kicks. So it's already highlighted. Go to Connect Ponderosa Analyzer. Update. Double click. Says it's not centered. So let's just see if there's anything there. Nothing in the 2D slices. Really nothing in the 1D slices. Just crank this up, and there's really pretty much just noise. Doesn't look like there's a peak there. And if you update J to I, double click, also do the same thing here. Again, go through the different slices, see if there's anything there. 1D, pretty much nothing. And even in the noise level, there's nothing. So this is one case where you can be confident to disable this constraint. We have 0 data to support this interaction.
Are we looking at the right constraint?
Yes,
Ours
I think
is
it's a lot different.
Am I in the wrong one?
I think so. So like if you go to your
Get a serine.
the connect the
Oh, oh yeah. Yeah. What did I click before? Oh, oops. Okay. Oops, my mistake. Okay, same thing for this spectrum. So this one's a little bit off. Again, you can go through the slices. This is the right one, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you go through the slices. Again, for this one, if you want to, I mean, the problem with the 1D is that it kind of takes up a lot of space, so I need some extra room. It's VS. So you can see that there's essentially just one peak there. You can also do VC, V capital C. Lower it, it's really just the peak that it's next to. You update this. Actually, it is a peak there. Actually, almost looks like two peaks next to each other. So this would be one of the cases where you can use AT. Go to the middle one and see if there's anything else that this peak might be other than the constraint that you're looking at already. That makes sense. So in this case, I mean, I can already tell the best match for this peak. Yeah, I guess it would be that, but it also could be, I mean, it could be separate, it could be additional residues such as this I-61 or K11. So what you can do is open up the add constraint and then check these to see if it's actually one of these. These make more sense. And pi-molarize the spectrum. If you kind of go through them and none of these really make sense, and you're convinced that it's not an actual constraint, then you can disable it. And then it turns red, it's not going to pop up again. Then essentially what you do is you end up going down the list, starting with violation distance, the ones that are violated in all 20 models. And then after doing a good handful of these, and you don't want to do every single one. Maybe let's say like 30% of like the 20 of the constraints that are violated in all 20. So you have that done, just resubmit, and then see what you get and analyze those data sets. And as you can probably tell, I mean, there's a lot of info that you have to take. And so it's really just based on your best knowledge. Hey, do I have enough evidence to support this constraint? All right, so let's do another one that's actually slightly better. So this is going to be Bailey 17 HG1 to Lucy 56 at the top there. So you can do to find it even easier, since we're just doing an example, if you click list by residue ID. Also, if you click on any of these at the top, it'll rank it by whatever you clicked on. If you just click on residue ID, you can just scroll down to Bailey 17. And then you can just pick up the peak that way. So this will be Bailey 17 HG1 to Lucy 56 HG1. This one, it's only violated in 15 models. Probably wouldn't do this one first, but it's a good example. For a constraint, they're pretty common, I think. Does everybody have that one? All right, again, go to the spectra, where you have your data at, click update, should be the right one. You have all the 3 dimensions here too. And you get a pretty solid peak there as well. It's kind of messy because it's really close to a cross peak, but I'm also pretty close to to the noise level, as you can see. So you just crank this up. See, it's actually pretty solid. And there's a lot of other peaks that so if you click on update J to I, double click there. What do you know? There's a peak there too. This is like best case scenarios that you get strong peaks in both cases. Because then you'd be pretty confident that, all right, there's a strip in both of them, probably accurate. But for the kicks, let's go to IMO. Peak should already be selected. Type in @P. And again, you get multiple distances since you're actually comparing multiple protons. But if you can see, there's even some distances that are like 3.76, even though all these are averaged to get probably those 15 violations. Oh, but also you can go back to your actual constraint, and you can specifically look at the ones that it's violated. So you can see the distance cutoff is 4.33. However, it marks up, models 1, 2, 3, whatever, 15 of them, and then averaged distance for that. But then this 4.93, it's not, takes everything to account. Again, if you look at this, there's some that are lower than that. And you can go through all of them and see what's actually going on. So that was a good constraint. If you're just doing this in the early runs, just leave it alone, don't disable it or anything. If you're doing this in later runs, it keeps popping up with violations. You could also consider setting it to the limit. It's not going to pop up again. So if that was the case for later iterations, I would probably just set it. All right. So let's try one example from strictly used constraints. So again, these are going to be the ones that you want to test out first. Disable them. And then if it's still early on, then use the blacklist and whitelist. Export files for that, and then use them as inputs to validate these ones. Get a new list. All right, so that window is somewhere over here. So many. Really, this is just a separate, it's a separate list, but it just connects to the distance constraint file. So, if we go to, what do we use for this example? Let's just do the second one. 166H8 isoleucine H. So if you just double click on that, it'll go directly to your constraint that you want. It's pretty handy. And again, it's the same steps that you do for each constraint. So it's already selected. Go back to Sparky. We can close out of that. Quick update. Is that a peak? Maybe. Kind of looks like one in the 1D. Zoom in, or if you expand that. Yeah, there is a tiny peak there. It's above noise level too. Let's see if the J to I has a peak. Double click that. Oh yeah, that is beautiful. Alright, That's all pretty good in there. We go to PIMO at P and Alex. I guess I didn't even check how many violations. It's 7. But we still have data to support it in the spectra, and it's not unreasonable that we would see a peak in the spectra just looking at this PIMO structure. Again, you can go. Alright, so the thing to mention is that if you do end up finding a peak that you don't think is supported in the strictly used constraints, I mean, the reason that they use these first is that they have priority over the other ones, so even if you disable it, these ones might still come back. You probably, I mean, these are probably pretty good constraints, and you wouldn't actually have one. I mean, maybe you'll have one that doesn't really make sense. The problem is you'd have to use blacklist to actually prevent it from making contact with a constraint that you found that isn't supported by data. Again, blacklist uses residue to residue, not atom to atom. So if you do end up finding something that's wrong in here, you should probably go through the other constraints, residue to residue, not just that one single one. If you blacklist it, it's essentially just not going to, it's going to prevent interactions from the two residues, not just that single. And then after you go through these, then you can start doing distance violations. Sorting by violation distance. And then again, since we disabled this still pops up. Alright. Well, I should mention, you should probably save once in a while too. Because you don't, kind of backfired on me once, but if you don't save and it shuts down, you're going to have to restart. So you can save it. Do you want to save the correct constraints? Yes. Now you also have to do that separately for the angle ones. Essentially the same save button. So when you export, it's going to be exporting your worked up constraints list, not just the standard one. All right. So let's say you've done this a million times, and you're pretty good with distance violations. You don't have any you don't have any constraints that are violated on 20 models. Pretty good with this list. Everything makes sense. You've enabled the ones, or you've set to the limit the ones that you're very confident in, and you've gotten rid of the ones that aren't supported by data. So after that, you can go to the angle constraints window. And actually, we can probably just minimize Sparky for this because it's not going to help us as much. So in this one, hopefully, you don't have as many violations for this. Because again, the reason we're doing the distance ones is to really nail that down and get a good structure and hopefully alleviate any violations in angle constraints or angle violations that are popping up. So by the end, you really shouldn't have very many. All right, regardless, so if we go to the angle constraint violator, that should already be open. That opens up when you click show validation tools. And if you sort by number of violations, it's like really not that bad. I mean, there's only 2 that are non-zero for the number of violations in the structures. So this one, also the reason you kind of save it for last is that there's no good empirical data like you have for the distance constraints, where where you have like specific peaks, I mean, you're using your spectrum, you physically see the data. This one is essentially violations based on your constraints. So, in order to actually validate this, you kind of have to use a number of tools. One of them, again, if you click Show Rama, you can see the Ramachandran plot. I guess I should also say there's a minimum and maximum for the phi psi angles. So these are the ones that are, if it's violated in a certain model, it's going to be above or below this value, or this range, I should say. It kind of works the same way though. If you think it's, you can actually have a little bit more leeway, you can still set it to the limit, and it just won't pop up as an angle violation. And again, it's not for every, it splits up the phi psi angles, so there should be two for every residue. Regardless, so if you click on that, you realize that the residue T9 has violations in 5 models. What you can do is go to the sequence and click on that specific residue, or T9. So this is the phi psi angle for T9 residue model 1. So in this case, it's actually probably more useful to look at all of them. You can see they're still clustered, but there's some that clearly are outside the given range. And this actually really isn't that bad anyway. I mean, I've had other angles where there's some that are, you just have like one model that's completely off. But what you can do, since they're all kind of clustered, is either you can expand this angle range manually, or you can just set it to the limit. Another thing that you can do is open this in PyMol, so even the angles are connected to PyMol. You type @p. Oops. We have to click on it again for it to register. There we go. And then you get a nice little schematic for the angle that's violated. And so this is actually very useful. It's the best way to get rid of these violations is to actually go back and check your distance constraints. And in some cases, if there are too stringent sets of torsion angles, then you can alleviate some of the distances. That'll kind of give it a little more wiggle room to put the phi psi angles back into the ideal range. It's actually better to go back into the distances and see, oh, maybe there's some residues. For example, up here, let's say there's a constraint from this atom to, I don't know, something else. That's a little bit too close. It's causing this to be more strained. So what you can do is actually go back there, maybe alleviate that distance, and then it'll solve your angle problems, which is actually probably the best way. If you go back and check and everything actually looks fine, you go to the Ramachandran plot, everything's clustered, you can set it to the limit.
How do you get the distance constraints to show up in the same?
So if you click on the constraint that you want in the angle validator, it should pop up in the other one too. I had to kind of click on it twice. But it should be connected to the same PyMol. Actually, I realized that the distances are still on there, so I guess it treats those the same way. Yeah, this is from a previous one. Really, it's just giving you the angles. So the angles hopefully shouldn't give you too much problems, since you're going to be spending a lot of time going through the actual distances. All right. the last thing is just going through how to submit your files. So maybe we can just do like 5 more minutes of, wait, how much time do I have? Noon. Till noon? Yep. So maybe, I mean, we can do a few more practices.
You know that this is an hour. Okay.
Yeah, throw me out. We can do, well, no, all right, I'll just go through this to make sure that I covered everything, and then I'll just kind of let you guys go. And then you guys can do your own distance constraint validations and ask any questions if you have. All right, so let's assume that you're done with this run. You've done approximately 30% of the constraints that are violated on 20. You've saved it. Good to go. You've also saved it in the angle and in the distance one. So what you want to do is go back to the main window, and you want to export your files for Ponderosa client, which is a button on the click on that. It's going to tell you I think I have one too many windows open.
You might have showed up behind the window. Not it.
I think that's the one.
That's it. Yep.
This is it? Okay. Yeah, so it should ask you, hey, which folder do you want to export this in? So, thing is, you'll probably have a separate section where you're going to have just the input folders for all these that you're going to be submitting to the Ponderosa server. And then you're also probably going to have a separate one for the output that you have. And then that's what you're going to open up. But anyway, within those two, you should probably create a new folder for each one. So let's just create a folder on the desktop. And just do Ponderosa Analyzer or something.
Valerio, I would not recommend using spaces.
Yes. I guess the output from Ponderosa Analyzer. Okay, so you have your folder created. You just name it whatever you want. And open, and then it says finished. So if we go to desktop, if we go to the folder that you created, somewhere here. Yeah. So you have essentially made a whole bunch of files for you to import using the Ponderosa client and then submitting to the Ponderosa server. So a few files that I want to point out. So there's a number of constraint files. So there's the, kind of listed them in the slides as well. So the main important one is the .upl, so that's the upper limit constraints file. There's also the lower constraints file. Somebody else mentioned too, so we do use that. And the angle constraints, so those are the main three. If you have blacklist and whitelist files, they would also be in here. We use those separately. And then you also have your sequence file too. So you can actually close out of that, go back to your main Ponderosa Analyzer window, and then you can launch Ponderosa client directly. And then this is the exact same thing that Gabriel went through the other day. So in this case, you have to browse for your new folder that you need. Which is, okay. Open that. It says make a new job. Type in your name, email. And this is important because this is how you're going to get your output after submitting. You want to make sure that you get that right. Your assignments, which is actually in the same folder too. Sequence file, which is also in the same folder. 3D nosy, which you actually don't need in this case. We're just going to assume that you're just going based off the restraints now. Okay. So what you're going to do, and again, all the file names are right underneath that section that you can use as imports, as inputs for these sections. So the main three here is .aco, .upo, .lol. And then also, if you notice the important to input this every time, it's just residue X to residue Y. Sorry. And then it'll take a few seconds. And then this will get your folder ready. Oh, yeah. No?
She has a question.
I was wondering, how do you know what's the difference between the constraints only X and constraints only?
So this is so this one is Cyana based. So this is sorry, yeah. So the teal is kind of just the heading, I think.
Okay.
Underneath it, they're all Cyana based calculations. We're just going to use the Explore one.
Okay.
Alright, so inputs are analyzed, everything should be fine. And then also your email is in one of the input folders, so that's how you're going to get this data. So if you click Submit to Server, all this does is open up a browser. Same thing as yesterday. Opens up a browser for you to submit your new job to the Ponderosa server. So it's the same page as usual. Guest. Only difference.
Use your workshop number,
Oh,
please.
so usually you would use guest. Please use your workshop number.
And then make sure you are clicking the submit button, not the check button this time.
Wait, what?
So there were many people click the check button, not the submit button.
Oh. Yeah, you need to click this. Oh, I see. Yeah, so this is the actual submit. But you want to go to Browse and then select the folder that you created, whatever was titled. This is mine. Just click. Or no, sorry. So you want to input. Oh, so it's packed inputs. .txt. All right, do you guys get? Yeah, it's probably just because I use guest. Actually, so again, this also runs Oracle. It's probably going to be the first email I do. And then later on, you'll get your actual file, and then just repeat this process from the very start of the presentation. So you download your zip file, open it up in Analyzer. So hopefully it's a good resource if you're going through the stuff.
What is the criteria for the strictly used restraints? How does it fit those over the other ones?
Yeah, so there are many factors that prioritize the constraints for single NOE peak for multiple choices. So if one is so high, then from the iterative cycles of calculations, if that violates the structure, the outcome structure, I mean, it will penalize and then lower the score. So if the score is so high for some reason, it will not go away. So to prevent that cases, so it will show you what are the things that will not be go away from the penalization. So you want to just get them away, right? I mean, by yourself, which seems not correct. So it's kind of just supporting you to double check that you don't want to use as a constraint in the distance constraint set for the next run. So like, I mean, if you see the, I mean, if you read a Odana algorithm paper, so it is saying about the insurance score, which is utilized. So like if you have a PAXI supported structure similar to your structure, then it will bias heavily for making the certain choice. So in that case, if even though that is not correct, you do not go away. So if you think that's not wrong, then you can just demote it by using blacklist.
I mean, like how? I guess how does it pick these in the first place? Like why are these strictly used versus?
It's based on the score, calculated score.
Just the highest.
Yeah, if you just drag to make it the window a little bit bigger, you can see the actual numbers at the right hand side.
All right, break time.
Yeah. No, you have to feel that. No, you have to use workshop.
That's it for username and key.
Yeah. And then you have to choose your active instructs.txt in the your working directory.
Restricting your constraints are only distance restrictions.
Yeah. No.
And if we do, when we submit to Ponderosa and we're not in the workshop, do we use guest and guest? Or
Yeah, just guest and guest.
Just guest, okay.
Yeah, I think. Yes, what I'm saying is that.
I actually looked at it yesterday. On the YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Whether the first day is there or not, and they're all staying there.
Yeah, yeah.
But the I think one small improvement you could make for the next year is using the external micros. Because the ball, you know, I couldn't hear.
I know, but having it so clear, I mean, high resolution screen, I mean,
high pitch voice, they're all good, but it's gonna compete with our actual audition. It's kind of intentional.
Uh-huh.
But they will not get the DM if you don't come here, so it's gonna just to taste a little bit how that goes.
As a teaser. So,
Yeah.
Oh, now I get it. Okay.
Well, actually a lot of this, so we're not actually earning money with it, but still, I mean, we have to consider the people who pay for it, right?
Of course.
So, I can ask anything before to. Everybody got the results back? Or?
Yeah.
You don't do any more sculpture? Not playing
No. We'll see actually.
Oh, so you have
right
some
now,
candidate?
I mean, I want to first publish the interaction of the small virus I reviewed the one, so I'm focusing on that right now. But my that we will move to the so I have two proteins on the cytosol that are similar, right, but are different in terms of their actual function. And we found that to change one residue in one guy, and now it's switching to function.
Yeah.
That is the concept. So we might inform the other. So I basically investigated this guy as well. And now we might move forward to the other one and try to characterize that one. I'm not sure it's structure per se, but dynamics. So
Yeah.
science.
Maybe actually the actual structure will be different because or just
Well, I think the other guy, it's not exactly the same.
Oh, okay.
It has more complicated. So we have a domain, right? So domain of the structure, solve, right?
You mean YDJ one or
Yeah, YDJ one.
Okay.
No, IPP11 was my additional project that I was asked to be involved in. So in here we have the domain of the structure, and then we have a tail, 30 residues, splicing reach, folding reach. That was the one that I did assignment for. The other guy, the splicing reach stretch, this was longer.
Longer than that?
Yes.
Wow.
So that's, that's why
So glycine work was done by Marco?
Marco collected extra resolution HN the general one.
Well, he just modified
HN,
all sequences.
Yeah.
But actually, I don't know. It really needs to be published. It's too easy. Like, it's really hard to make modifications. Like, most of them are not really publicly accessible.
Would you
Like pulse programs, like
that's not
yeah, doing some collaboration with Brian or
Not anymore.
Not
They
anymore.
did that for Janet, was a postdoc in Microsoft. She was, when I joined, so that was 2012, she was already leaving. She stayed when I had leaving and she left. So she was, I think, a graduate student for most of that. That's why.
MCW.
Yeah, so that's why there was a connection. That's why she had one paper with Brian on the NPPLM and
The other one, 2LM,
yeah,
2LWM.
so it was because Janet had already a connection with Brian, and that's how it was.
Yeah.
Because she was not, I think at that time she was not really structured. So the fact that Janet had such a connection was her to this advisor.
Honestly, what would you say?
Huh?
Honestly, what would you use animal?
Right. Remember, it was strictly genetic lab, actually.
Yeah.
So for them to move this structural data, but they actually doing that right now. There's no other way.
Too much of effort, basically.
So yeah, so planning to do some experimental and measure the structure. I mean, actually, there is one interesting part about this mutation that I just mentioned before. I think this is a glycine change to something else. And I think it's going to depend how the two parts of the interact.
Oh yeah.
And we now changing the glycine with results. And it is still dependent, we didn't understand, but now this part becomes more sensitive.
Yeah. So I did hope with the glycine is fluff. So
No, now the glycine actually this first switch of this glycine was actually really as the main. That's why I think it's holding back and quite resolution. It's not not a big structure.
So substituting with the different side chain
sort of.
amino acid is gonna make it happen.
That's what I'm thinking, and you can do a lot of things around it, but without the actual structure, it's sort of, hard to visualize it. So we already have the novelty data, we have the site, the carbon alpha, the backbone of stuff.
Oh, you
So
already
now-
put it to triple.
Yeah, so
double
that,
level.
yeah, because we have to do that for the head and moon analysis and stuff like that. So we need the sighting assignments. Maybe at some point we can actually move forward and try to do that. But then I don't know. Because it's gonna be tricky with the glycine.
Yeah. Well, maybe you need some specialized experiment rather than just traditional.
Well, I think it also depends on the, I mean, we should have some
Yeah.
Like most years, there's more like don't go accidentally.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It will be looking like the IDP like structure.
Yeah.
On the other side, it might be better.
At least for that region. Right?
Yeah.
Because the domain we already have structure and stuff. So
But I just
we
remember
expect
I
some
was down here
changes
doing
in
internship,
regions, but not
16.
overall.
It's not like a stabilized to conformational, like it's just gonna be just dynamic.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing.
I was actually thinking like,
Well, I mean, still back in chemistry.
Yeah,
Still
yeah.
that, random correlation.
Yes. So the region is like 30 residues, and there is a short 7 residues. That seems to have maybe a small
Ocean.
And in the HLB, I also see that the region has that, the bottom is not moving as much as the rest of the rest. So we'll see. I'm actually right now, we just had one seminar 2 weeks ago summarizing the genetic data.
Well, yeah, probably a little bit before 5. I'll go with that.
No, I just don't want to change around.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
I mean, most beaches right now are okay for so water quality.
So if you see a constraint that's violated in all 20, and we see that there are peaks in like both the I and the J correlation,
Yeah.
should we always then set it to the limit for that constraint?
No, I mean, if you think they are correct, then well, that makes sense. If you just see the overall structure, then I would rather keep just for a couple of runs, because once you expand it, then I mean, well, I mean, I think I mentioned that the structure that you are using as a criterion is just the intermediate structure. So next run structure may be different than current one, so that may fix the problem. So just keep it just for a couple of times, and then if it just arises over time, then you can set to winner.
Question. So when you submit to the Pine server and you press like limit, it checks on there and it opens all the files. Does it?
Oh, you mean Pine server or Ponderosa server?
Pine server. So it goes off we talked about yesterday, and then you press open and it looks for that like key, and it opens up all the files. Does it download them locally to your machine into the Sparky?
So when you say check and then either SQ to download or something like that, then if you say yes, it's gonna be in your project. Oh no, in the Sparky home, there will be a Pine or iPine directory will be created, and then it's gonna be inside that directory.
So we'll download them.
Yeah. So there is another browse button just beside, right? So if you click browse button, then if you already downloaded the results, and then you can go into that directory when you press browse button. So it's not gonna download again.
Okay.
Your computer's so small, I didn't see you. Thanks. This is my computer sucks, I need it. Don't overheat. I know.
It's too excited.
accepted it.
Okay, I think I'm going to get started. I don't know what it looks like. I want to talk about this magic NMR ruler that you use for measuring distances and things, and it's called the nuclear overhauser effect. NOE by the thing, and I want to talk about a couple things that really haven't been mentioned in this workshop. So NOE you measure with, and it's the biggest issue is that the NOE is proportional 1/4 the distance to the 6th power. That's pretty fast. I mean, light falls off as 1/r squared. 1/r is 6 goes really fast. It goes away very, very rapidly. And where r is a distance between two nuclei. And so NOE interactions are typically observed between things that are less than 5 angstroms apart. And basically it has to do with that drop-off, that beyond 5 angstroms there is no signal. Nothing is there. Unless you have an infinite signal noise, and even then it's extremely difficult. Normally the NOEs that we use are protons. We use protons because the strength of the magnet itself is the highest, except for tritium. They take 2 protons and then they act like bar magnets, and they're the strongest bar magnets of any of the nuclei. So, and typically you take those, and you've seen this with structure constraints. Now we got a little bit of mathematics here, is that the solvent equations describe this thing. So we've got so what you have with spins, they're like magnets, there's a north and a south. So you can have both of them up, you can have both of them down, you can have one up and one down, or one down and one up. Basically, this is with them both one direction. This is with them both the other direction. So it goes from here to here, and here you have one up, one down, and one down, one up. And those are basically energy levels. And so these W's in here have to do with the transition probabilities between these things, how often they go. And the rate of change of the IZ magnetization, the bulk magnetization of the spins, depends on the rates times how far away from equilibrium this thing is. At equilibrium, there's no change. So if you take a sample, put it into a magnetic field, and let it sit there for a while, it will be at equilibrium. And this equation, the change of IZ with respect to T is 0. And basically what you have is if you have 2 spins, IZ and SC, you have equations like this. And if these two are interacting, then you have that this has to do with just the general relaxation to Z. That you hit something and it just relaxes back to Z. Here you've got S. So if you have 2 spins that are interacting, then you're going to have some contribution from how far the S spin is away from the equilibrium state. And vice versa, the other spin has the same 2 things in here, the sigmas and the rhos. Rho is called auto-relaxation, and sigma is cross-relaxation. Sigma is the NOE. It's how they interact, basically. And there's some equations here. Basically, what you have is that this is relaxation. This is the cross-relaxation. You can see that tau C is how rapidly something is tumbling in solution. And W is, omega is the frequency of the spectrometer. So if in this case, if this thing is not small, I mean if it is small, where the correlation time is really, really short, small molecules, is bouncing around, and so this term remains, and this is called extreme narrowing. And then ratio of the NOE to the auto relaxation rate, which is this, is equal to 0.5. If, however, this tau c gets big, then this term basically drops to 0, because you got a big term in the denominator that goes to 0, and you're left with tau c. And so for things with large tau c, proteins, or other macromolecules, this is the spin diffusion limit, and the NOE over ROE is a -1. So here it was +5, and here it's -1. So it crosses 0 at some point as well. That's sort of just the basics of it. There are two measurements of this. This is a rotating Oberhauser effect, and this is the NOE. And the NOE has some contributions from different field strengths, and it goes through 0. So that's just sort of the overall thing of it. This whole thing is a classic kinetics problem, though, that you have some magnetization, and these two guys are away from equilibrium. And so depending on how far this is away from equilibrium, and this is away from equilibrium, tells you what the rate is at this point. And same thing is down here. Here. So this is the experiment is a nosy experiment. Really, it's done like this. It's a two-dimensional experiment. You have two time domains that give you the two frequency domains. And during this thing called mixing time, you start out with some distribution of these spins, away from equilibrium. This one is far down. This one's heading upwards. It's trying to get back. They're both trying to get back to up like this. And after a while, if these are cross-relaxing, they're going to interchange energies, and they're going to head towards relaxation, and you'll have a change here. And this is this mixing time. This is how you get the nosy. And so this is a typical nosy spectrum. Here's the off diagonal elements here. This is a proton-proton. So this is proton dimension, this is proton dimension. And so these guys down here have to do with NHs that are close together. And so these are cross-relaxations between the NHs, and these are cross-relaxations between the NHs and aliphatics in the protein. In what you did, typically this was pulled out by doing the nitrogen HSQC nosy. But we're doing a proton HSQC, or proton nosy at this point. So there's mathematically, if you look at this stuff, the cross peak, the diagonal peak is the thing that was the center. It's sort of where everything wants to go to. Back to it. This line down here is a diagonal peak, and anything that's off is a cross peak. The buildup of this with respect to time, the diagonal decreases by it's a bi-exponential because it's got two. You've got the rate of change of IZ and a rate of change of SC. They're coupled together, so you get two exponentials that are interfering with one another, and the diagonal comes down and eventually goes to 0. And the cross peak builds up as time goes on and builds up the cross peak. All this aside, basically you have this equation. You can rewrite it like this, where this is a matrix with the auto relaxations and the cross relaxations, and you can solve this, and there's this exponential in here. And so what happens with people who do NMR and nosy, what they want to do is they take a Taylor series expansion of this problem. So what you do is you have this nice exponential, and you can break it up into these things. So it goes first order, second order, it'll go to cubic and quartic and whatever else. Ultimately, it will converge on whatever this number is. But for things where these things aren't very big, especially if tau m is small, the time that you allow this thing to cross-relax is small, then this is small and everything else is small. But this is what's usually mistakenly ignored by almost everybody who does nosing, these days at least. So here's the problem, is that here's a mixing time. there's tau m, and what we used for ubiquitin was 100 milliseconds. Was that right? I don't know. Anyway, I think it's 100 milliseconds.
Yeah.
Was it? What? Yeah.
Yes.
So 100 milliseconds. And so if you're at 6 kilodaltons, which is smaller than the ubiquitin, ubiquitin is about 8.6 kilodaltons, you can see that it's fairly linear out to a fairly long time. This is 500 milliseconds right here. Or no, 50 milliseconds right here. But at 100 milliseconds, the linear approximation doesn't quite fit the real full Taylor series, the exponentials. When you go to something that's twice as big, the difference is significantly different. And then you go to 18 kilodaltons, and by the time you get out here, there's a big difference between what the theory predicts and what the linear approximation to the theory is. This is where you run into problems. So here's an example from ubiquitin, and basically this is an H-beta 2 to a 3-ene methyl. And so this is the histidine beta 2 protons, and this is the methyl. And the distances for each of them, they average out to about 8.26 angstroms. And then, I mean, there's a peak here. That looks like a peak. I would call that a real peak. The problem is that this is 8 angstroms. And if you look at the 5 angstrom, or the limit at like 5 angstroms, and it goes to 0 after that, how do you get this nice peak here if this is 8 angstroms? This has to do with a thing called spin diffusion. You will notice that right here, there is a proton. It may be hard to see, but this proton is close to this proton, and this proton is close to these protons. It's got an intermediate stage that it can jump to. Oops. And I'm just pointing out again that once you get to 5, you've got if you are at, for a distance of 2.5 angstroms, if you go to 5 angstroms, the signal to noise of the cross peak is 1/64th of what the 1 at 2.5 is. And 2.5 is methylenes, those are pretty big. But 1/64th means that you have to have a signal noise of 64 to 1 in your spectrum at that peak, which is not necessarily so in a lot of these cases. This is spin diffusion. So the direct 1 to 2 contribution, if this is 2.5 and this is 2 angstroms, at 2.5 angstroms, this is the direct cross relaxation buildup as a function of time. If you have spin diffusion, 1 to 2 to 3, then it goes like this. And you can see that there's a little bit of a sigmoidal behavior to it. There's a little curvature down here that comes back up. And that has to do with the fact that the magnetization went from here to here, then it jumps to here. If you look at the direct from here to here, it should look more like this. The buildup is much, much slower. And really, what people should do and never do is to take multiple NOE spectra. And if you take multiple NOE spectra, then you can see the curvature of this thing doesn't look like the curvature of that thing. And so you can tell what peaks are coming from spin diffusion. And because if it's coming from spin diffusion, you can't use that restraint as based on the measurement of the amplitude of this thing, because it's not really the distance. It doesn't have anything to do, it has to do with the distance of one proton to another proton and then to another proton. So this is so at 20 kilodaltons, you want to do this, but there are very few people who do this sort of thing. They used to do it a lot back in the early 90s or something like that. Now they don't do it. I mean, what people will typically do is take a spectrum, a quick spectrum at 100 milliseconds. Then they'll say, well, I don't have enough peaks to do anything with. So they'll go to 200 milliseconds. You know, independent of the molecular weight of the compound, of the protein. That's a bad thing to do. So this goes way back. This goes back to the late 80s that we did this stuff. But what you can do is that there's a thing called a block decoupled nosing. Basically, you have this thing that is going to give you spin diffusion. But what you can do is you blast this one intermediate thing and you flip it up and down. If you flip it up and down fast enough, then you lose relaxation from here to here, and you lose relaxation from here to here, the cross relaxation. The only thing that's left is from here to here. So effectively, if you decouple this, the intermediate spin basically disappears and you would have this distance. Now I can say it's real, but we did it experimentally. So you can do an experiment. This is the regular nosy I showed you. Here's another nosy. This is a block decoupled nosy, where we've taken all the aliphatic protons, we've basically gotten rid of them. They don't exist anymore in terms of cross relaxation, because we're taking them and flipping up and down really fast. So you get nothing up here. So everything that's going on is down here. If you plot the differences between this buildup rate, we're changing the mixing time of this thing, tau m, and this mixing time, these are the differences from here to here. And this top one I'll show you in the next slide. This is from a tyrosine NH to a threonine NH. And this is the model here. And it should go from here to here, but you can see that there's an alpha proton between them. So there's going to be cross relaxation between these two guys and cross relaxation between these two guys. And you can see the difference here, significant difference, that if you don't get rid of this, it's doing this. So now at this point, if I'm at 400 milliseconds, mixing time, this is a lot bigger than what this is. At 200 milliseconds or so, or here, around 300 milliseconds, it's almost 8 times as big. And so it should be this big, and the size of that is what's supposed to give you the distance. The size of this doesn't give you the distance. It gives you this complicated thing that has to do with spin diffusion. There's another problem, and Marco talked about sidechain aromatics, and one of the things he always said was that the deltas and epsilons are degenerate. They have the same chemical shift, basically because the thing is rotating very rapidly, and so the average chemical shift is there. This protein happens to have a tyrosine that's hydrogen bonded to an aspartic acid inside the protein. And if you cool it down, what happens is that you can see this is at 65 degrees, and things coming down at 5 degrees, you see these things that are here and here, and there are a couple more in here that are hard to see. But basically, it's these protons no longer are degenerate. They're independent. And so there's one problem here, is that what you can get is if you do this experiment, you can get this thing, so this is sort of the slice out of the nosy spectrum, showing all 4 spectra. So there's a problem. There's an NOE between the delta and epsilon. They're close together. It should have an NOE. But between the epsilon and this delta is pretty far, and between this epsilon and this epsilon is pretty far. You're not going to have much of an NOE, but you have exchange, where this guy flips over to here. And so if this epsilon saw this guy cross-relax to it, then it flips over here. It looks like that this guy cross-relaxed without it. So it looks like there's a long-range NOE here, but it's really due to exchange. And so what you can do is we can decouple this. You can get rid of it, this flip-flop, real fast flip-flop, to cut off relaxation here, and you'll see differences in the spectrum, because now what you're getting is one thing and then an exchange, and you don't have any NOE over here. Whereas here, everything is mixed up. If you hit this guy and this guy, the NOE from here to here is fundamentally 0. There's nothing here. And that's because you've effectively gotten rid of the cross-relaxation between the epsilon and deltas. So, this is a cross-relaxation. You've seen this before, but now I want to talk about this ROE. The ROE has to do with an experiment. The NOE experiment, the spins are pointing along the Z. In the ROE experiment, they're pointing along in the XY plane. You do it the same way. Effectively, you hold these guys together, but they're cross-relaxing in the XY plane instead of the Z-axis, which makes them different. It makes it totally different. And the cross-relaxation for the ROE looks like this, and NOE looks like this. One thing that, and this is basically the experiment, here's the nosy, and here's the rosy, as you call it. And one thing that's very interesting about it is that for the nosy, all the peaks here, the diagonal peaks and the cross peaks are all the same direction, the same sign. For rosy, they're opposite. The cross peaks are one sign and the diagonal peaks are another sign. So what you can do here is you can play around with this. This is the nosy experiment. And you have a peak that's an exchange peak here. This is going from one of those epsilon protons to the other epsilon proton. That's just flipping like this. That's what's causing that thing to happen. This is NOE. This is between the epsilon and the delta. In a rosy, effectively, and it's kind of hard to see, but this is a positive, and these are sort of dashed lines. It's negative. In the nosy, it was like this. The rosy does this. If you combine these two in the proper proportions, you get a pure exchange spectrum. And all you have now is exchange peaks. And so you can go through and measure these things. Nobody does this stuff either. I mean, one thing is it's rather difficult to know whether your aromatics are flipping slowly or not. Usually they are flipping fast in most cases, but you never know. So things can happen. And when the structure of this thing was done, the problem is that this tyrosine, it's flipping, so it's making this side, the NOEs to this side, closer to NOEs to this side. So it pulls it in. The green is without correction, and the red's with correction. You can see they're farther apart with the red because what was happening was that this exchange phenomenon was making it look like these two peaks far away were having NOEs to one another because it had an NOE to the tyrosine, which flips over and had an NOE to the other guy. It was sort of like a spin diffusion with exchange involved. And I think the most promising thing, or the most telling thing, is the output here, the distance, that if you look at the uncorrected distances, this from these two protons is 3.5 angstroms. The corrected is 6 angstroms. So when you took this contribution and exchange into consideration, it changed by 3 angstroms. That's very similar to what you're going to see with taking into consideration spin diffusion as well. Anyway, this is sort of the Tasmanian devil down here, telling you that this is not simple. And you have to remember that you might see this angstrom, well, as Valerie was talking about, you see something that's 10 angstroms apart, you say, oh, I'm going to use that. That's not good. You say something that's greater than 5 angstroms apart, I don't believe it. But anyway, I'm done. I'm done in 20 minutes. Now he's going to go. If you have any questions, why don't we wait until we come back from the seminar at 4, okay? Probably won't have any questions anyway. So. I couldn't get that to work. What's that?
Doesn't work?
I couldn't figure out how to get it to work.
So,
What?
so,
How do you turn it on? Oh! So it does work?
yeah.
Oh, it's got an on and off button. Oh. Who would have thought?
Okay, I'm going to use this project because I don't want to spend time plugging in and setting the laptop. So I'm just going to talk about integration of the nodes data into the iPine system. So it made better assignment and also we automated social calculation altogether, just pushing the button. It's out there, the publication is out a few days ago, so you can find it on web. Let's get started. We've been through multiple steps, test 3 days. So we did not cover data acquisition and processing, but if you collaborate with the external collaborator who collects data for you, they will give you the pre-custom data. So what you practically be doing will be making a project file and then picking the big assignment, and we've been doing nosy validation from the automated memory assignment, then memory calibration, and distance constraints, angle constraints, and all the stuff. So actually, all these steps could be integrated into the iPine system. So by collecting the nosy data along with the other experiments, you push the button, and then you get assignment for both backbone and side chain, and then you get constraints for distance and angles, and then you get structure, and then validation report altogether. So that's the bottom line. And then still you have to refine the outcomes. So structures and constraints used for structures should be refined in these. Okay. So this is the schematic diagram of iPine system. So it accepts sequence, piglets, or spin systems. So spin system is a sort of matrix that shows, okay, I have spin system 1, I have nitrogen, high residue, something, proton, something like that. You can just specify one single line as a spin system that are evolved from the same NHP. And then you can provide multiple spin systems as a one single file instead of piglets. If you don't provide spin system, you provide piglets, and then it will do, iPine will do spin system assembly for you. So I think that is more common. Then it does so many things, outline detection, analysis of taxi database, and finding what kind of amino acids are in there. And also, if you provide structure, you will analyze its 3D structure and making a contact matrix and compare with your nose data if you provided nose data. And you can also specify if you collected some special labeled data, and then you know what peaks are certain amino acid type, you can say, okay, I have this peak. There should be isoleucine or leucine or valine like that. You can let iPine know that you're using that information, then it will be also considered and so on. And so we did backbone and side chain assignment iPine do those for you, also secondary structure, creation, and it generates plots, and it detects blurry cores, and verifies assignment. And then you can enable CS Rosetta option on, then it will get to you with the VMRV hosted CS Rosetta structure in a few hours or a few days. And also, if you provide those data, you get this 3D structure based on NOE data. So we utilize Odena algorithm in PONDEROSA-C package. So there's noisy assignment, and structural restraint will be generated from this noisy data, and then we will provide PDB file and data. So assignment by iPine is basically a bipartite graph problem. So bipartite graph problem is that you have two sets of data consist of elements. So let's say set U and set B, and then their elements, and you have edges, the vertices and edges, and then you can calculate the potential energies. So those potential terms could be translated to the probabilities. So you want to maximize probabilities. That means you want to lower the energy. So we will find the most favorable probability, that is highest probability and lowest energy. So that's the basic idea. Spin systems is the one set and the other is sequences. So if you have a series of amino acids, and then you can match with a certain spin system in the spin system set, and then if you recalculate it as a sum number, and then you just combine those numbers, and then we will find the lowest number. So spin system matrix assembly is very simple, but it's going to be a little bit more trickier for solid state NMR. But in solution NMR, if your spectra is high quality data, then it's very obvious. You use NH peak as a root experiment, and then you have carbon alpha and beta from the previous residue associated with that NH peak, and then you can fill CACV from -1 residue and also H and N here, like this, because you only have carbon alpha and beta from the previous residue. And then when it gets to the H and CACV, you have current residues, carbon alpha and beta, so you can fill the remaining blank column like this. So you have 6 columns filled for one spin system. So you do it over and over again. Right? Another NH peak is here, so you're going to fill NH and carbons. And HNCACV will provide current residues, carbon alpha and beta. So we have another one here. So it's going to do over and over again until you get the complete spin system matrix. Then backbone assignment is simply just ordering these spin systems. So just filling, so you have the sequences. So I have sequence Q, I, F, E, K, blah, blah, blah. Then from this spin system matrix, so here are the indices. So finding the optimal spin system from this matrix. So let's say this Q seems like the 5 is the best one for this. 7 follows, 3, 1, 4. That is backbone assignment. So computer is gonna do that instead of you. How can we order these spin systems? It's done by spin system connectivity test. Basically, it's comparing the carbons from spin system I to spin system J. So we just compare the previous carbon to the current carbon of another spin system. Then you can calculate scores for every permutation. Then finding the best fit. And then the additional thing that we have been implementing was nosy and then proton-based pattern potential terms. Since these potential terms does not have directions like carbons, so carbons has you only see the previous residues from the CBCH units, let's say. So you don't know, you know about the order. So if I have spin system I and J, and J's previous residue matches with previous carbon matches with another spin system's current carbon, then you can just align and then lay the in the order of the score. But protons, you will not know the similar proton pattern is from the previous residue or the next residue because it provides both. So let's say nosy, when it comes to sequential NMR patterns, it can be the previous residue's proton, and also it could be the next residue's proton. So we put these terms more modest than other carbon-based terms. So this is carbon-based terms. When it comes to the chemical shift difference between I-1 to J is lower than 1.2 ppm. You can see that if that is below 0.2, which is the resolution that we use, it's going to be the maximum score. for maximum score that will provide the highest probability. And then if it is between 0.2 to 1.2 ppm difference, then it gradually lower down like this. And if that is higher than 1.2, actually it penalizes. So you have carbons, let's say you have carbon alpha from this one, carbon alpha from that one, it is apart farther than 1.2 ppm, actually it means, okay, that is not really related to my carbon, so it just makes them stay away. And then this is a proton based potential terms that I referred just before. So it actually look at the patterns, not the comparing the chemical numbers. So how many proton hits you can expect, you already know that. I mean, I have this certain amino acid, and then maybe I will have 5 matching protons from the previous residue. Then you can see the data and then how many matching protons are there actually. Then, so that's that, but still, as you can see, the number is, if you see the number over here, it's like 10,000 for the maximum score, but it's at max about 90, which is similar to here, 0.4 to 5 ppm match. So it's much more modest, but still it works. And also, if you provide the noisy data, it also considers 3D structure, it makes choice, I mean contact matrix. So you have some number, how many protons will be seen from residue 1 to something, 2 to something, so you make this matrix and see how well they recover from actual data. So if you provide PDB file, this will work. And also, after doing this spin system connectivity test, you will have choice matrix. So you have different choices for NH peaks to be a certain sequence, and then actually using this noise data, you just recalibrate the number to find a better one if you provide 3D structure. And then this is the results. When you provide noisy data and PDB structure, as you can see, so this just solid box indicates iPad time without noisy. This is backbone results. So backbone result, blue means correct assignment, red is incorrect. So more incorrect assignment from without noisy compared to with noisy. And then more correct assignment from with noisy than without noisy, as you can see here. So this is from the 85 proteins that we use to evaluate I-prime quality. So this is the maximum number that could have been assigned. About 32K resonances. And it's almost, if you use a 0.5 as a cutoff, it's about 99.7% or so. I think. Almost everything will be assigned automatically with very high accuracy. It's under 100 incorrect assignment, so it's very accurate. Less than 1% incorrect assignment. So this is PONDEROSA-C 2 GUI tool that I implemented the GUI for noisy as well, so you can just select and add noisy easily, and also you can provide PDB file in here. You've already done that. And well, yeah, you don't have to install anything. Just using this GUI tool, it will submit to the NMRFAM I-prime web server, and you get the results back. If you click that button, you can see the status results from the web browser as well, and also provide all the visualization in 2D plots and also 3D structures. And also if you click check button, you get the data back into your local machine, so you can do whatever you want on your computer. Or if you just click browse button, once you get the data downloaded, and then you just use browse button to reuse it. So browse button is for local downloaded iFind results. And you can see that 4D data, there are a few 4D data supported as well. And we're going to add gradually on user request, and if we can find some useful 4D data, then we will add. And also IDP people, I found that there are quite a few IDP groups utilize latency and NH. So these utilize that proton pattern potential condensation. So this is definitely another one if you are dealing with IDP data. And if you just provide all the data that we use in workshop, and you click the button with those data, then you get this structure which is pretty accurate. So background LMSD 2.2 and from, and then pairwise LMSD to the gold standard PDB, actually one with easy is under one, so you can try it. Even you can start from ACE, automated peak picking. So that ACE, 2L code AE, you just type AE, and then you add nosy data, toxic data, all the backbone side chain, and you click the run ACE button. It will automatically run automated peak picking and iFind assignment, and also structure calculation. Also is totally complete, fully automated method that you can utilize. So it's not, I'm not saying that you just accept the results, but you just run it and see it. And then you always, it will give you another information for further research. So even though you just don't accept it, sometimes it gives you some hint about manual assignment or peak picking or manual structure calculation altogether. So I highly recommend to do it, not in this workshop, because there are so many people, I don't want our leftovers to be banned. So I think this is my last slide, and do you have any questions? Yeah?
Is it, so the N15 HSQCs that we've been working with, like from the very beginning, did those include nosy data? Like, I guess what's the difference between just a normal N15 HSQC and like an N15 nosy?
You have to have carbon information, because
Well, the spectra that we have, the HSQC that you've been working with, proton nitrogen, that's a 2D spectrum. The
So
nitrogen
carbon-based-
nosies are 3D spectra.
carbon-based terms are much stronger than proton-based terms. So without carbon information, it's hard to get the right assignment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you still want to do the backbone assignment, independent sidechain assignment first. Before you wouldn't run H at all, respect for all at once, right?
Well,
So you might get some
it doesn't hurt your assignment. I mean, it's up to you to accept the results or not. But, well, I mean, if you have, I mean, it's good to have more data, but sometimes it's overwhelming, right? So keep it simple first, and then, well, you just enable pre-assignment option on that you can do further. But I mean, just running it, who's gonna blame you? Just run it and see it.
Well, you can always validate it
Yeah.
manually.
Okay.
So we still have probably don't have to go there over there for another 10 minutes or so. So you have any questions for me? I'm hiding.
When you're doing build-up experiments,
yeah,
what do you recommend as far as a range? Like, is the range of mixing times different based on the size of the protein?
Yes, that is directly based on what the size is. And really, so if you think of it, so at 6,000 molecular weight, which is the protein I had, we did a lot of these buildup curves, and we didn't see spin diffusion at 50 millisecond mixing time. But 100 millisecond mixing time, we can see spin diffusion. Now, what you do is if you take that molecular weight of 6 kilodaltons and you multiply it by 3 to 18 kilodaltons, then really the place that the spin diffusion starts to occur is 30 milliseconds. You know, so, but nobody ever does that. You know, really the best way of doing it is, you know, you can get a guess like that, figure out the molecular weight and say, okay, well, 100 milliseconds is reasonable for something that's 5,000 to 6,000 molecular weight, and then figure out what the same value would be for your protein, and then take something that's half that, and twice that, or something like that, and get a buildup and take a look and see if there's. Then you can measure the amplitudes to see what's happening, whether it's building up directly or whether it's building up as a sphygmoid or a sigmoid. It's a lot more work and a lot more money. Well, I guess we can start I don't know.